Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nick Palavida joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, Nick. Good morning to the world, and welcome to IBM TV podcast this Thursday. And we have a great lineup for podcasters today. A couple of them are joining from our own Great Britain, and then followed by a lot of Americans and Indians. So hopefully it will be a great show. Followed by podcasters, we have a gamers den at 1 p.m. Where we'll be discussing about gamifications and what kind of games people are playing during the COVID 19. So that's the lineup for the day. And
Okay. Matter of fact, Ben, our friend from United Kingdom, has some people coming on in about an hour. I did get that. But for this morning's report, since I don't keep up with politics except through IBM TV, I got to find out what's going on in Washington. We'll bring in our Washington correspondent, Bill Trezevant. Bill, how are we doing?
Good afternoon, good evening.
I like that. Do we have our Washington report for this morning?
Yeah.
Do you want me to press the button?
Let me just play the report right here.
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. For the third consecutive evening, the Republican convention continued with its theme of God, country, and the American flag versus what the speakers called today the Dark Ages and tribalism. The Republicans made overtures to a policy platform with reference to school choice, anti-abortion, and again, indications from three different speakers that a second term for Trump would be accompanied by a wholesale withdrawal of American combat troops from around the world. Thereafter, the speakers invoked the legacy of former President Abraham Lincoln, comparing the social and racial unrest today to that in the early days prior to the American Civil War. The Republicans argued that America is again on the precipice of dark days, and only Donald Trump can lead us. In a curious turn of events, the speakers each appealed to a separate demographic group as if the speeches were following a campaign outreach plan. The outreach covered the African American community, evangelicals, law enforcement, women voters, with a heavy emphasis on highlighting the suffragist movement and the state of North Carolina. After standard stories of Trump's softer side, the Republicans returned to the red meat to rally their base. The usual list of favored grievances, including the bias of the media against Donald Trump, violence in the streets, China bashing, and the heroic battle Donald Trump has been fighting on behalf of the forgotten Americans, were at the top of the list. The evening ended with a standard speech from Vice President Pence, who was then joined on stage by Donald Trump and the First Lady. In a separate report, the total number of Americans watching the Republican convention dropped by 3 million people from day one to day two. In other news, the comprehensive COVID-19 relief package remains untouched by the Senate. However, it is clear now that it is on legislative life support. After 3 months, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, in an on-the-record interview, said that he supported the relief package if the parties could agree on the dollar amount and length of time for the supplemental unemployment insurance payments, specifically calling for the extension of the payments for longer than an additional 5 weeks. While seemingly uninspiring, it is indeed a crack in the Republican wall, given that the senators are now home for recess and facing the voters for the first time prior to the election. Senator McConnell himself is up for re-election in Kentucky. In our post office update, there has been no movement on the $25 billion emergency funding bill passed by the House, and it remains dead in the legislative process in the Senate. The current COVID death toll is over 180,000 Americans with no end in sight. That is your report for this day, August 27th, 2020. From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, Smart TV for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant. Thank you.
Well, that sounds very good, Mr. Bill. It saved me about 3 hours of sleep last night, because I was going, well, why should I listen to this garbage? I know you love
the 3 million.
What?
I was one of the 3 million.
What?
I watched the first night, but I didn't watch last night.
Well, the thing is, I was going, why should I watch it when I get a 5-minute synopsis and then
Exactly.
I get a good night's sleep rather than have to listen? Not that I don't like politics. I know that there's the political people out there that just love it, but I do like to get a good night's sleep, and that's I guess that's just me. But then get a good 5-minute synopsis, because I do want to know what's going on in the Tower of Power in your city, Washington, D.C., Bill, because it does affect me here. It affects our business, affects people worldwide, unfortunately. So the people that listen to American politics worldwide, it affects, as we can see what happened in Wuhan, China.
Right.
Could one possibly imagine a virus in Wuhan, China cripples the whole world? Okay, that's how united the world is today, or how interconnected we are. So the election in the United States can affect people in outer Mongolia. I mean,
Right.
It's just the way it is. So it becomes a kind of an important thing to know about. At least know what's going on, so you know how you can adjust whatever you're doing to whatever they're doing. I always call it the other Washington. When I lived in Seattle, Washington, that was the other Washington. So it was a little bit different.
But Nick, you keep up with your sleep, so you look fresh.
Yeah.
Bill, how do you do it? How do you have to watch this? You have to prepare your report.
You don't understand.
And you still look good.
Wait.
How do you do it?
Jim, Bill is an avatar. He's actually an IBM avatar.
Got it.
He's not a real person.
Finally.
He's an artificial intelligent being, so he doesn't need any sleep. He's like
Yeah,
Andy.
Like Max
It's like
Headroom. Remember Max Headroom?
Yes.
Remember Max? He was just like a buzzing head and a electronics and stuff. Yeah. I admit I've been downloaded and I exist. So listen, that having been said, actually, Nick, you raised a point, and it was just announced and reported about a little over than half an hour ago.
Yep.
For quite some time on this program, we've been talking about how the American economy, well, how we might deal with the American economy and what things might be done, and the balance between fiscal policy and monetary policy.
Right.
And in fact, this issue came up yesterday on Sasha's investment show. And so for those who have missed it, I suggest going back and watching it, because it was quite the hot topic. But today, at a policy forum, the Fed chairman committed to a long-term sustained expansionary monetary policy, announcing that the Fed would no longer attempt to target the 2% inflation rate, and then rather they would allow inflation to rise above 2%. But more importantly, the Fed chairman announced that they were committed to a policy of full employment. Now, for those of us watching in the United States, a commitment to full employment has generally been a hot topic for, I'd say, at least the last 50 years. There's been some debate about what full employment actually means in terms of where the number is, whether it's a 2% unemployment rate or 3%, and it's hotly debated. But there has never been a point in American history where the feds have come out and announced that they are committed to a policy of full employment. Now, what that means, just to break it down simply, is that we've seen the Fed, with their expansionary monetary policy, flood the market in an attempt to provide liquidity to the market, which would normally increase the interest rates. Now that they're no longer concerned about limiting it to 2% and anything above 2% coming in and clamping down and taking money out of the economy, we don't know where the Fed is going to step in, and that means that there's going to be more money in the economy. In addition, the Fed has essentially opened up the valves on their backstop measures, which include emergency loans to state and local governments and small businesses. Now, at the same time, and this is really interesting as we put these things together, the Fed said two important things. That is, the Fed chairman said two more important things. One, that the goal of stabilizing the economy and also looking at stabilizing our part of the world economy depends on controlling the COVID pandemic. So they see that as a linchpin. Outside of that, there's nothing else they can do. But they also called on the Congress again for a comprehensive fiscal stimulus package. Now, they have been calling for months on that point and calling on Congress to act, because they can only act on their own side. But when you combine that with Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, yesterday in an interview on the record, stating that he now supports a fiscal stimulus program, you have the two prongs of what we are now seeing: an sustained expansionary monetary policy, which is going to impact businesses not only in the United States but across the globe; a commitment to full employment, which we've never attempted in the United States in terms of economic policy. So we're in unknown territory then. And now the Majority Leader, where normally bills go to die, believing and committing to a fiscal stimulus program. So it's quite the development, and it occurred just about a half an hour ago. So I suspect a lot of people are going to be talking about a lot of things. And so, Nick, I know Washington normally has bad news for businesses, and Jim, I'm not quite sure, how it translates into the Soviet monetary denomination out there in San Francisco. And
wait, we can bring in a Soviet representative just a minute, or at least somebody's
been there. It's all about the ruble.
There he is, Alexander.
Okay, it's about the rubles. So, Sasha, you heard what okay.
Yes, yes,
So what I'm curious about is, Ankit, I'm not sure how all of this is going to affect at least the economy in India, because I'm not sure, and I'm unclear on that. So I'd like to hear from you on that point. Sasha, it's amazing that we were just talking about it yesterday on your show, but now you have the first sign of a sustained expansionary monetary policy. And Sasha, if you can provide at some point a commitment to full employment. We've never, ever even attempted that in the history of the United States. And Nick, I leave it to you to provide small business. And Jim, I just like you. So anything you say cascades over me with just beautiful intelligence. And so
Thank you.
I await the washing over of enlightenment.
Okay.
Right. I mean,
I got to go get my hose. Wait a minute.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
Look, as a nerd, this is big news for me. It's better than the Super Bowl, but I leave it to you guys.
Well, the Federal Reserve, as you well know, has been on IBM TV before, and we actually have segments with them. Unfortunately, the segments now are a little dated. We are in the process of trying to get them back on IBM TV, but here's the problem with the Fed. It usually takes us, it's a process you go through, it takes us about 6 months to actually get a member of the Federal Reserve on a television show. You have to go through all their Federal Reserve red tape. But the shows are enlightening. You can actually see them on our website at IBM TV, where we interviewed Doug Tillett, who's the vice president of the Federal Reserve, along with another vice president, along with David M. Walker, who's the former Comptroller General of the United States. Now, this is pre-COVID interview. So sooner or later, we're going to try to post-COVID interview with people from the Federal Reserve. But yeah, they do impact the economy. There's absolutely no question about it. When they drove interest rates down to next to zero, it brought the stock market way up. But here's the thing I found very interesting, which we announced on IBM TV, and they quietly did it during the pandemonium of the nominations, is they replaced ExxonMobil. They replaced ExxonMobil and took them out of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. They threw them out and replaced them with Salesforce.com. Salesforce.com isn't even close to the size of ExxonMobil. Why would they do that? In other words, it's almost like you move the goalpost, when the
Right.
game's going on. And Salesforce.com, of course, their stock shot up because now they're part of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And then they recently announced they're going to lay off thousands of employees, and their revenues were only $5 billion in a quarter. ExxonMobil's revenues are like in the hundreds of billions,
Saving Private Donald.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it and I'm going, are you kidding me? The thing is, you're going to just do this replacement and get rid of ExxonMobil for Salesforce.com? And so my problem that I see when you're looking at these metrics like the Dow Jones Industrial Average, you're looking at fake news, because they're not using the consistent metrics. And we're going to argue that on Economics Monday, this Monday, because to me that was a big movement, Bill. When you change components of the Dow and everybody follows the Dow to reflect the strength of the economy, it's false. It's obviously false. And I think you're going to see a big downturn in the market. I've been waiting, but they kept putting the stimulation bills. But sooner or later, this is going to catch up. October, they're going to lay off 19,000 people from the airline industry, plus the rippling effect, plus. It's just a matter of time before this house of cards collapses. And now when it collapses, the real question, which it will, the question is how big and how deep and who's going to inherit that collapse? Will it be Donald Trump or is it going to be Joe Biden? But somebody's going to inherit a big collapse here.
Nick, you're absolutely right. And, with the movement on the Dow, the removal of, Exxon and its replacement, that further disconnects the Dow and creates a fantasy world, 1, 2. But the Fed deals in reality with regard to the economy. And so what the Fed is doing is the Fed is saying, hey, they're looking at it and it suggests, and I don't want to scare anybody, but it suggests that this economic crisis with our economy is worse than 2008. And it could become a contagion in the sense that they are saying that they are taking these severe measures right now, and it goes seemingly unnoticed. But a commitment to full employment, forgetting about the cap on the inflation rate, suggests that they know that the economy is shakier than anybody has admitted, which could explain why the Dow made its move, Nick. So I'm really concerned.
Yeah, and the Federal Reserve is actually consists of a lot of people around the United States that are industry people that get together and they look at data all the time. I mean, they're data hounds, and I believe you're right. And but after a while, their biggest weapon has been interest rate adjustments. Well, you drop it down to near zero. What's your next adjustment? In other words, they've lost their trump card. In other words, I played my ace, and now the other guy's still playing, and I don't have any more cards to play.
That's exactly right.
My problem with that, and that's one reason, I had all my companies were stashed in cash right now, looking bad because the market's still going high. But I remember in 2008, we were stashed in cash with all our pensions. The market collapsed. And when it goes down, you can't stop it. It's like if you're in stocks, you just write it on down, buddy. And we were sitting in cash, and of course, we were up 4.5. The market was down 37%. And I was going, at that point in time, there was big buying opportunities. And I'm still waiting, but it may be sometime early next year because of the stimulus packages. Without those stimulus packages, we would be in a deep recession right now, as we said. But when you flood the economy with $3.5 trillion, the market still maintains its what I call false high. And now you manipulate even further by putting components that didn't exist into the Dow. So what are we doing here? Well, apparently we had a very interesting conversation yesterday, Alexander, on your investment show. Tell us about this this interesting conversation for the people that are on Podcast Thursday.
Okay, actually, Fed, I listened to this speech by Powell. First of all, I'm thinking about, Nick, something else. You're complaining that it takes 6 months to get them here on IBM TV. here's a proposition. Let's say you will get Powell here in 2.5 minutes. What do you think he will tell you differently from what he already said on all the channels? I mean, so he will just repeat himself.
Yeah,
And
for the
it
most
doesn't
part.
do any good to anybody because what he's talking about is a pure nonsense. He's talking about full employment. Full
Yeah.
employment immediately leads to inflation, because if there is a full employment, so people who are working will demand more and more increase in wages, and the employers have no choice as to provide them with the higher and higher wages, because there is no one else to hire. It's 100% employment environment. Where are you going to get workers? Mexicans or who? You
Yeah.
don't have influx of immigrants, so all people are working here and there, and I even don't understand how is it possible now when people are fighting for survival and being evicted from the houses. This is all nonsense. I'll tell you what I've heard. It's a nonsense, and more nonsense, and even more nonsense. And by the way, Dow, as helping Saving Private Donald, yes, Dow went up. It's now almost 200 points up. But look at Russell 2000. In Russell 2000, you cannot displace ExxonMobil because it's not there.
Right.
It's a Russell 2000. It's a medium to smaller companies. What are you going to do with that? So Dow Jones will skyrocket to 10,000 or 25,000, and Russell 2000 every day will drip lower and lower and lower. Is that type
By
of?
the way, is the Russell? Hey, Sasha, I haven't followed the Russell 2000. Is it up? Okay, but over the last several months, has it been going up, or is it down, or where is it at?
Well, it was going essentially when COVID hit and
That's pretty good.
everything dropped in March.
Yep.
So Russell dropped big time, and the security what I follow, which is a triple Russell 2000 replica of it's like index triple times 3, which is TZA symbol, Thomas ZA.
Yeah.
So that went from 25, 28 to well over 100 in a matter of 3 days. Or so.
By the way, I have a Russell 2000 story I would like to share with you guys.
Okay.
I actually went to a conference in Seattle and met a guy named George Russell, who was doing a seminar with about Russia, of all things, about showing that one of the biggest challenges of the United States was Russia, because they had more engineers, they had more land, they had more everything. And George founded a company called, I think I have his business card back here. He since has passed away, but he found a company called Russell Investments. And then he actually invented this whole thing called the Russell 2000 Index, which is what it's named after, which is mainly tracking small businesses, because Russell Investments, their whole money management was actually based on managing small businesses. I corresponded with George for quite some time afterwards, but then he passed away. But interestingly, the index, I think you're right, is better because it deals with small businesses, and they don't bring people in, take people out, where the Dow deals with sometimes like 30, the big companies. And so when you're following these indexes, but still, I still just, I think it's artificial. There's too many people that are going to be, and currently are, in a laid off situation, and ultimately that's going to come back to haunt. In other words, how can you have people just sitting around doing nothing, collecting unemployment checks for how long before this whole house of cards collapses?
Was he looking at me when he was saying that?
What, the house of cards collapsing? No,
no, just sitting around doing nothing.
Well, no. The thing is, no, you're Jim. You're a professional. Okay, so the thing is, you're used to that. But come on, okay. You wrote that book just for dummies. You get your royalties. You sit in San Francisco on the, overlooking the bay.
My thumbs.
Right, twiddling your thumbs. So IBM TV is a perfect for you. Hey, speaking about IBM TV, okay, we're going to be the host of the International Peace Day, which is September 21st. Okay, so we're going to ask all of our producers to have shows available for them and clips available for International Peace Day. We're going to interrupt all our regular scheduled programming. And I think, Ankit, we're actually going to have some special programs that are going to be from 11 to 2 and from 7 to 9. Special programs with musicians. I think Stevie Wonder was mentioned as one of the musicians to be on.
Really?
Have you heard of that guy? It sounds like a wonderful name, so I just threw it out there. That's the only one I can remember. He lists all these musicians, but like
And
you
you
said,
do remember movie Mars Attacks?
Mars
Yes.
Attacks.
Yeah. Remember?
Was he in that movie?
We interrupt your regular program.
Broadcasting, yes.
We interrupt a regular program for International Peace Day. I'm not sure how many business people I can get to come on that, but we will let them know about International Peace Day. And apparently 1.6 billion people have heard of it. Now, for the rest of Americans, remember, the Americans, we're the warring country. We're always in a war. If there's a fight, we're there. If there isn't a fight, we'll be there. Just give us some time.
We'll start it.
Well, speaking about peace and fights, I want to tell you something. I was astonished yesterday of what's happened with NBA and quite a few other sports. They just walked away and refused to play. Never, ever happened before. That's something, some new development.
They did it in baseball as well.
Yes, I said in a few other sports.
Oh, yeah.
But, well,
not until the Yankees lost the doubleheader, though.
Jim Sour Grape.
I'm following NBA big time, so that sort of affected me. And today, Raptors are scheduled to play Celtics, and I'm not sure what's going to happen with this match. So far, it's on, but not sure.
Yeah, didn't the NBA run to Canada before they closed the border and they're all playing up in Canada, Sasha? Aren't they playing up in your neck of the woods?
No, it's NHL. They're all playing in Canada.
Oh, the NHL is all playing in Canada.
Yeah.
Well,
Miami, Nick, you should know that. They're playing in Miami.
Yeah,
what I know about hockey,
Actually, guess what? Tampa Bay hit yesterday Boston 7-1. It's just incredible.
Tampa Bay beat Boston
7-1 Boston.
What is hockey doing in Tampa Bay? Come on.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't there when I was a kid. Hockey should not be in Florida. It should be banned. There should be a law against it. No hockey in Florida. Okay,
anything south of San Jose, it shouldn't be played.
Exactly. I totally agree. And the thing is, really, it should be the national sport of Canada. Only Canadians should be allowed to play. We should pass that law.
That's not
Finland or Russia, Canada and Russia, because it's a cold sport. So the cold people all like it, but not in Florida. Come on, that's insane. And Tampa Bay to beat Boston.
These days, U.S. is very competitive in hockey, and together with Canada, Russia, Czech Republic, and Sweden, probably. Maybe Finland.
Yeah, but you know why we're Sasha. You know why we're competitive with Russia? We buy all the Russian players over here. Okay, so when there's a good Russian player, we recruit them over. Good Canadian players
still playing for Russian national team. But they're still playing for national team, right?
Yeah, so they still play for national team, but we like to steal talent. And see, that's where the American policy really needs to change. You got to get rid of this Statue of Liberty that says, bring us your homeless and your poor. No, keep them home. Bring your best and your brightest over here. We'll take them. Leave your homeless and poor over there.
Well, before Trump, that was always the policy of the United States for generations. It's Trump changed that. And he became America first, America only, and all that stuff. America will die if it will follow this policy for 4 more years.
Well,
it will become a second-rated country. Really.
Yeah. Wait, India has an objection to this American first policy. Why would they object to it, Anke?
So the point is that, the policy must be in papers to get the election done, but in the past 4 years, a lot of Indians have been American citizens now, which never happened in the past because of some kind of process and change. And also, Trump said that he wants America first, but he also said that he's always looking to recruit the best people in the world. He always wanted to get the world to be a part of
If you're
USA.
talking Silicon Valley, that's true.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. And also with Trump is that Trump might have some other policy, but when he comes from the press conferences, he says something else, which is not reflecting the policies. That's the problem with the Trump, and that's what we are suffering from right now. But when Bill and everyone chatted about the recession, I just wanted to know, would the sentiments changes once we have Biden on the board as the president in regards to the economics of America, and also how come you have overcome that 228 year of recession? I mean, what are the programs and policies you have implemented to make sure that you overcome that situation?
Yeah, we got Obama. But I do object to this use of the word recession because 2008 was the Great Recession. And I'm telling you right now, in 2020, it's worse than it was then.
Right.
And so we must stop. And I've been criticized for this before, using the D word, depression. But because we have to wait 6 months before we can call it that. But we got people standing in lines for food. We got people standing in lines to get COVID testing. This is a depression that we're experiencing right now. It's not a recession. Recession is too mild a word for what we're going through.
Not so fast, my communist friend over there.
Jim.
Bill first, Nick, then you can take shots.
Okay, then I'll go after my communist friend.
Now, Jim, this is a softball for you, okay? For 3 days now, we've heard the Republicans talk about socialism and what the Democrats are going to bring, doom and gloom. And yet, with the move by the Federal Reserve committing to full employment, isn't full employment the goal of a socialistic society?
Yes.
And does that mean that the Republicans are actually doing what they're accusing Biden of potentially doing, Jim?
Yeah, well, I think that Biden would be for the stimulating the economy and for all of these things that the Fed is moving for. And the Fed is really, it's not the policy of the administrations that really matter here. It's the Fed, what they're doing. They're keeping us alive. And I think, if they're for this, I'm going to take a good hard look at it. But Biden is not a socialist. Come on. No, Biden is a middle of the road guy. Wait, what's good for the country.
Not so fast, my communist friend over there. Okay, first of all, the Federal Reserve is doing only what they can do, which is lowering interest rates. It was Congress, along with President Trump, that threw the $3.5 trillion into the economy.
Where did that go, Nick?
Okay, it went to the pockets of Americans. Okay, it didn't go
Americans,
or not even Americans, their grandchildren.
And you're saying it's a big depression. Look at the stock market. We went over this before.
Oh, right. I see where you're going, Nick.
All-time high. Look at the net worth of Jeff Bezos. It went.
Look at the thing that doesn't matter at all, and feel better.
Look at the. Don't ignore that person.
Yeah, don't look at the people suffering. Don't look at their pain and suffering. Look at the stock market. Yeah, that makes sense. I should rethink this.
Okay, look.
Let me ask you one more thing about the full employment theory. Whenever in the world, in any country, there was a full employment. Even in communist Russia, under Brezhnev or never mind Stalin, there was never a full employment. The only full employment was, where it was probably in place like Auschwitz. There was a full employment.
Sasha, the Fed doesn't mean full employment. It doesn't mean full employment. They mean that only a certain amount of people are unemployed.
No, we could have full employment. We're the United States of America. I mean, if I went to India right now and I wore my MAGA hat, Make America Great Again, all the Indians would love me, right? Right? They all wear MAGA hats over there, don't they?
Oh, sure.
So the thing is,
Make America white again? I don't think India would like that.
We're the country who can put people on the moon, baby. We put people on the moon many times.
That's a hoax.
Okay.
That's a hoax.
But not anymore.
Right. And we have the smartest people in the world, and I'll bring one in right now. There he is, Julian, one of the smartest people in the world.
All right. I'm going to leave now. There's a smarter guy than me on.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, Jim was always used to being the smartest person in the room, but not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, Jim. Okay. bow to the smartest person in the room, who is an American.
He's half Balkan, though. Come on.
Who can't? Yes,
You're muted, Julian. There you go.
And
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, I get the feeling that most people on this show have had the experience of being the smartest person in the room at some point.
well, his room is just for dummies, so he
it's a smaller room, but I don't care.
He's got a little tiny room, where he's got a big room full of dummies, and Jim walks in. I'm the smartest guy in the room.
Hey, we're all trapped in one spherical room.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah, well, sometimes when the person goes, well, he's the smartest guy in the room, he is in the wrong room. Well, he's in with a bunch of dummies, so we got a lot of smart people here. And also, we'll come to Malaysia, and there is Sharif, School of Economics, a great show that's going on from Malaysia, a PhD scholar. You can't do that. That means he's piled higher and deeper with debt. I mean,
the better test taker than I am.
I don't think they have the debt deal over there in Malaysia like they do in the U.S. If you get a PhD, you also, here's your debt load. You are now an indentured servant. They don't have that over there, do they, Sharif?
Yes. In Malaysia, actually, like, what should I say? Like, it's not, I'm actually promoting Malaysia. I'm a big fan of Malaysia. So not something like that. Example, if you do business in Malaysia, I do not know. I just giving you the real feedback about Malaysia. After the COVID situation, how actually Malaysian economy handling these things, Malaysian ecosystem handling these things, even Malaysian local business organization and everybody handling these things. I get a very good feedback from around the world. People now, they have good attraction about Malaysia. Number one, about healthcare system. Number two, about the business situation. And one thing I just want to say that let's say strategically, if any big company want to get in, multinational company want to get in Asia Pacific market, if they want to go to let's say China, yes, Elon Musk get into China, but there are a lot of difficulties because China economy very much government centric, and China's economy is not too much of open for other multinational company. But example, I want to say that Malaysia, you get a very good infrastructure. I think definitely it's very much similar like USA or Europe. And second things, like you get a very good business environment. Third thing, it will be compared to other economy, it will be cheap. If you compare to Singapore and Malaysia, definitely Malaysia is cheap. And if you are strategically aligned, let's say you want to strategically align with India, as well as strategically you want to align with China. So Malaysia is perhaps the best strategic place. Let's say example, Tata from India, they are actually even investing and align with AirAsia. Okay, so on the other hand, let's say example, China has CMEC or Alibaba. Okay, Alibaba strategically they align with Sunway Group. So this is very interesting economy. If people understand this economy, if people has deeper understanding about the Malaysian ecosystem, let's say Islamic finance is a very good finance. I want to see Islamic finance as very good prosperity. It's about a $5 trillion economy. So even if anybody want to utilize and get into Islamic finance, Malaysia is a very good place. So this is actually very good understanding about economy. It's a very interesting economy. Like you can get in and you can grow yourself. I'm very honest with you. My family member, they are settled in UK. My mother-in-law, they are settled in Melbourne. My family member, they settled in New York. But before I come to Malaysia, I visited many places. I was in different countries, but I find that strategically it has good future. And especially, yes, even though you always ask me what about that 1MDB issues and other thing, but good point is that Malaysian administrations and their law, they are actually even taking care of these things. Many countries it's happened, like let's say a country like Bangladesh, it's regularly it's happened, but there is no justice, there is no law, there is no things. But my understanding, several times I meet with Mahathir Mohamad and local politician. Even I'm inviting many popular politicians from Malaysia in IBM TV. They will join, even very young and energetic and popular Muslim leaders. I'm inviting them. They will join in future. So you will understand how capable they are and how polite they are for their local community. They are really, really helpful for their people. In 94 years of old, Mahathir Mohamad became prime minister. I can remember 20,000 people one day. He arranges food, and he and his wife, both of them actually very old age, 94, 95 years old. They're taking care of all of the program and everything. So here I want to say we can learn, even country like Bangladesh, country like India, country like Pakistan, Middle East or other country, they can learn from Malaysian politician how they want to help local community. So I think this is some of the interesting things maybe you can explore in future.
That sounds like a good rap from the ambassador from Malaysia to the world. Sharif has a part-time job on that. My question, of course, is do you have good restaurants, 5-star hotels, okay, and good golf courses? Those
It's
are
not
three
that he's
things.
superficial or anything.
No. Those are three things on my list. As a matter of fact, I was going to go check to see if I could get my 5-star hotel, my golf course,
No,
and my,
You can.
Yeah,
my
if you can get there.
Michelin star restaurants.
I know, but
There we go.
don't we go to Brandon Scott at the Tuesday Travels for that?
Oh yeah, you're right. Well,
Yeah.
he gets them all on the cheap, so yeah, I'll have to ask him those questions. But
Right.
we'll
That's
find
right.
out. Now today, of course, the
Some
Fed
travel cheap.
the Fed announced we're not going to have any unemployment. At least that's the goal. So we brought our genius of the year to tell us how they're going to actually accomplish no unemployment in the United States of America. And I'm sure you listened to the Fed's entire report this morning, right?
Yeah, so I definitely didn't listen to the Fed's entire report, but this definitely relates to our previous discussion in terms of the necessity of things like universal basic income and then what the alternatives would be if there wasn't a universal basic income. And as far as I can tell, the next step down would just be a means of, if not giving everyone money, a means of allowing everyone to acquire money themselves, which in many ways is, smart because it means that people are going to have to take it upon themselves to, lace up their boots and go and get that cash. But the fact that they'll have those opportunities are meaningful. So as far as, the steps to be taken, I'm not too familiar with that, but I do see this as a necessary step.
Yeah, and the thing is, I see this to be a goal rather than an objective that they're actually going to meet. Because, and I agree with Jim for the first time ever, that full unemployment may not mean 100%. It may be 95%. In other words,
Right.
in their brain, they're not going to 100%. But this is how people hang on every word that the chairman of the Federal Reserve says. Our goal is full employment. And then all of a sudden everybody goes, oh, it's 100%. And how are we going to achieve that, et cetera, et cetera. But I just don't see how they're actually going to. I don't see how they're going to get from A to B overnight. Now, on we're doing International Peace Day on September 21st. Did you know that is a World Peace Day thing?
Nick,
when
when did you learn that it was?
I learned
August
it,
21st.
Yeah, something like that. August 21st. I told the guy the truth. I never even heard of it. In business, the last thing you do is you get an email. Hey, it's International Peace Day. What does the United States have anything to do with peace, man? We've been in wars all the time, consistently, almost forever.
No, Nick, they were peacekeeping missions.
What?
Yes, that's right.
Missions.
Peace missions?
Peace.
No, they were peacekeeping. They wanted to make
Peacekeeping
sure
mission.
that the right side won.
Oh, that's what we were doing. Okay, I was wondering about that because the thing is,
So Nick, they're not wars. They're peacekeeping missions.
well, I mean, the thing is, shouldn't the other side have a chance? We have International War Day. I mean, so we can see both sides of the story rather than International Peace Day. But apparently we're sponsoring International Peace Day. We'll have to go look on the internet. I'm sure somewhere has International War Day, and
I want to start it if it isn't started.
You're going to start International War Day, because the thing is, also we got to find out what these wars are all about. I mean, seriously, there's every time I look at some of these wars, I got to say, okay, what are you guys really fighting over? I know where there was this world. Well, yeah, that's something I guess you could fight over. But World War I. Let's go to World War I. That was a long time ago. What were people fighting over? Does anybody know what the big deal was?
Actually, sorry, Jim, go ahead.
No, please, Bill. I was just going to reference a historian that.
No, you go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Well,
what was World War I? What were they fighting over?
Read the Guns of August.
No, I'm not going to read no book. I'm asking you what they were fighting over. I'm not going to read a 5,000
You tell me
page
I have
book.
to read the studies. I can't read the articles about the studies.
No, you
so
go to SSRN.com.
I'm pointing you to the resource, Guns of August.
I got plenty of books there.
Great
Which book do you
historian,
want
by
to
the
read?
way.
Guns of August and out there. But what were they fighting over? Who was fighting over what in World War I? What's the big deal? No one knows.
You know,
It wasn't that important.
Bosnia, right? Assassination of Archduke.
Yeah, that's what they want you to think.
Oh, that's what you want to believe. The assassination of Archduke Ferdinand in Speria.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Yeah, but seriously.
Nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it. What did they really want to?
That was an
really
excuse.
See,
sort of like
we
the
don't
Spanish
even
American War.
remember. No, okay, let's go to World War II. That was sooner. What were they fighting over World War II? What was the big deal?
To redo results of the World War One.
We get to finish off World War
Actually, Sasha's right.
Okay, well,
He's
right.
right about that.
He's right.
really. Okay, so it was a
The Treaty of Versailles
continuation.
was a great mistake.
It
The
was
Treaty
a
of Versailles was a historical mistake.
continuation of World War One. Okay, and who could be so stupid to invade Russia? I mean, let's think about this. Okay,
Napoleon.
okay, he was, but how did that work for him? He lost all his troops. He got okay. I mean, the thing is, it didn't work out well for him. Look, nobody's done well invading Russia. Russia's cold,
Hold on, wait. There was someone who was very successful of invading Russia and actually taking it over for well over 250 years. It was
Genghis Khan.
However, very few
Genghis
people
Khan.
know.
Yeah, I knew he was going there.
I gotta have a drink, baby. I gotta have a
Genghis
drink.
Khan. Now Russia rethink all history. Now they're saying that Genghis Khan was our own. He was born in Russia. So
Yeah.
That's right.
So
So he didn't-
Mongolia is really Russia.
You're right. He didn't even invade Jack. Okay, but see,
stronger than another.
Sasha, I love your bloody country. I mean, your former country.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
love St. Petersburg. It was a lot of fun and stuff
Do you
like
think
that.
you love it more than I do?
I don't know if I do or not. Because you had to grow up there. I didn't have to grow up there. I got to be a visitor. It's like having grandkids. You can send them back when you're done with them. So Russia, I get to visit as a tourist. I get to stay in my 5-star hotel. Okay,
But you never ever told us about Russian girls. You never done that. Wow.
It's a family TV show.
family TV show, but they are hot. Okay, they are hot. I don't know where you
Are
get
they
them from.
discriminating against
No,
Russian girls?
the Russian girls are all hot.
Please,
I don't know how they.
don't do that in the open air. You're discriminating against Russian girls.
I think I'm not discriminating. The Russian girls are hot. I think the only
Ukrainian
reason,
girls really knock me out.
there are knockouts too. I think that's the only reason men stay.
They leave the West behind.
If it wasn't for the women, the men would all leave Russia and Ukraine because there's nothing there. I mean, it's just a cold nothing. Okay, but the thing is, the girls are hot, and so they stay there. I think that's really.
Let me ask you one very simple question: why Donald started to travel frequently to Russia since 1987?
Oh, because the thing is, he wanted to put golf courses there. Global warming's happening.
And a Trump Tower. Yeah, right, Nick.
Global warming's happening. Russia's going to warm up. It's going to be a great place for golf. Okay, and that's
more than enough time to put golf courses and hotels and resorts and anything what he wanted to do, but he failed. He didn't do it. But yet he was traveling there all the time, and you don't know the reason. Probably,
no, I don't know why he would go there all the time. The Hermitage is nice. I thought that was pretty cool. St. Petersburg.
He never been in St. Petersburg though. He was always in Moscow.
There, you guys have oil or something? I don't know what else. Why you would go over there?
Hey, let me
We
put my
just
referee
spoke about
shirt
Russian girls just 2.5 minutes ago.
Oh, we talked about Russian girls. You went over there for the Russian
Let's
girls.
take our time out from this topic and go to Julian and talk to us about how the reducing of unemployment is going to happen.
Okay, yeah, so I just did a quick Google search. So a quick list of policies to reduce unemployment. So you can have monetary policies, which just include cutting the interest rates to boost the aggregate demands. You can have fiscal policies, which will include cutting taxes to boost the aggregate demands. You can have education and training put in place to help reduce structural unemployment and also to, bolster spirits that way. You can have geographical subsidies to encourage firms in certain areas to invest in depressed areas in certain areas. You can lower the minimum wage to reduce the real wage unemployment. And you can just have more flexible labor markets, which will make it easier to hire and fire workers. And then that increased mobility will also allow you to reduce unemployment.
So there seems to be a mix of Democrat and Republican proposals in there.
Well, that'll always be the case when it comes to the real solutions, right?
Yes.
See, that's
Brilliantly
our
said.
resident genius. Because
Yes.
you know,
I defer.
right.
So, definition: real wage unemployment occurs when wages are set above the equilibrium level, causing the supply of labor to be greater than the demand. So that's real wage unemployment. When the wages are set above the equilibrium level, so the supply of labor is greater than the demand itself. So,
Right, and that's where the fiscal stimulus would come in. Not in like FDR's policies. The first 100 days. Every single kind of. I think they called it the alphabet legislation because there was an alphabet for every single agency. But
alphabet soup, yeah, classic.
That's right. So, I'm curious, Jim. How would full employment affect San Francisco? I mean, aren't you guys just inundated and you don't have enough workers as it is, and you're importing them from India, and Ankit's mad at you because he needs the skilled labor there? And
yes, we're taking the best and the brightest, and we don't care what Trump says. There's no question that the people such as our teachers, our firemen, our policemen cannot live where they work. It is too expensive. And so we do have employment problems based on the people have long commutes. It's a quality of life issue for them to come in and do these jobs that are absolutely necessary for our communities. But we have priced them out of our communities. So this is a problem. It's because we are overpopulated in this area, and we have pressure on real estate prices. So you can't even rent at a reasonable rate. There's no way in the Bay Area to rent something on a minimum wage salary. You just can't do it. So you have to move out and then drive for hours in bad traffic to get in, and then work all day and then drive in bad traffic to get back home. So it's a quality of life issue, and this is really a huge problem for us because we can't expand. We can't grow the area. There's water all around us on one side, and you can't grow it by adding land. We've tried it with landfill, but that only takes you so far. So, I don't have all the answers. I guess we need a mix of Democratic and Republican strategies.
Yeah, and some libertarian values will actually prove useful there because some of those inequalities might pertain to certain structural differences that are coming to the fore nowadays. For instance, Charles Murray's book, Coming Apart, details this as well. He describes it as a split between what he called Belmont and Fishtown, where Belmont just represents the higher class and Fishtown represents the lower class. And he also illustrates the social forces that are not only separating them, but making it more difficult to reduce that distance.
Okay.
You mentioned that before, and I made a note to order it, and I forgot.
Oh yeah, no worries. Hey, I'll bring it up a few times.
Okay.
Thank you.
What I wanted to say is that, I mean, when we talk about we don't have unemployment and, we don't have any opportunities and things like that, but I think during the pandemic, we have seen that we need a lot of medical infrastructure around the world. It's not just about US, but around the world. And to fill that, we can have those people skillful, and we can create a medical valley like Silicon Valley, and we can recruit them. And why can't we do that? I mean, I don't know why people are talking that there is no jobs and all this stuff. There is a job, there is a requirement. It's just a part of a policy maker, and how someone can initiate those facts and take a leadership call, because in each and every country, we are still very far away from 100% medical facility, and we have to fill it that, and that requires a lot of people to come front and start working or start improving their medical skills, and then start helping each other. And I don't know why no one is talking about that. And if you start talking about that, we need thousands of people, or maybe 100,000 people in each and every country, and that also creates a lot of jobs. And once you are training those people, you need a lot of trainers. Then you need a lot of people to be a part of that thing. So I don't know why we are not focusing to create another industry.
It would just have to be mandated in such a way to where people wouldn't think that the good benefactors out here trying to provide their own cures to the coronavirus are actually creating it.
Right.
Hey, Sharif, go ahead. Sharif, you want to
Yes.
Wrap up, the point is that when you talk about armies around the world, some armies are like you have to be into army for like 3 to 5 years before you do any federal jobs. In India, I mean, people opt for an army job just by passion as a nationalist thing. But if you start doing something in the medical industry where You have to work as a medical practitioner for like 2 to 5 years based on your qualification and domain skill. We'll have a lot of medical people around the world, and they will definitely help each other, because medical is something where you not talk about politics, you don't talk about racism, you don't talk about black, white, gray. If you see someone is dying or if you need someone's help, you just go out and help that person. But a lot of people are not, in fact, trained for all those things. In fact, we don't know if someone is having some problem down the road, how to help as a human, because you don't have those skills. So if we start talking in that sense, we can start creating a lot of policies. That's what I wanted to say, and I think I would defer to Sharif for Sharif.
Yes. Regarding employment, I just want to share something, because in COVID situations, we find that many of the people losing their job. Many of the people actually even many corporations have a lot of problems, many things happening. But my specific point of view is that I just want to share some of my experience. My experience actually based on, hello?
Yeah.
Screen, Ankit.
Okay. So, okay, no problem. So basically, I just want to share. You can Google it right away. You can find one of the organization. It's a Cambrian Education Group. It's from Bangladesh. I work for them. Work for them means I build up their business from 2005 to 2015, 10 years. It was a very successful venture. Then I come back to Malaysia. But what I did, what I learned, I just want to share with something. That time, let's say Bangladesh education system, teacher salary was very low, very low. Let's say $100. Can you remember? Bangladeshi teacher salary is $100, 2005. I'm just sharing. So why I said research and industry has very good relationship if we can relate each others. So that time I said no. I do some research, and that time I was very young, but the chairman of this education group, he support me a lot. So that's why I do a survey, I research, and I said no. Employee number one. We have to give priority to employee, and if we give priority to employee, then your organization will be more successful. And ultimately, yes, issue is that many organizations, chairman, board of directors, they do not want to listen. But that time I was young, and he gave me opportunity, and I finished the job. And how I convert, like I increase salary 10 times, let's say $1,000 for Bangladeshi teachers. So believe me, they were very desperate when we increased the salary. They were very encouraged. Oh my God, it's a big salary for them. So I bring all of the brilliant teachers from different institutions from Bangladesh, even Malaysia, India, Pakistan, and even Europe, and we hired them in Bangladesh. They give us very good result. Not only that, we support them. We said that your 2 children, we will provide their education, and they will study, because Cambrian Education Group was very expensive, but we gave them free educations. Then the employee was very motivated. And what the result? As we give priority to employee, this employee make a huge impact for our business. And I want to say it's a billions of dollar business we make only in between 5-7 years, and it was a huge growth. Even sometimes, like in COVID-19, I move, and he facing a lot of problems, and he cannot maintain the policy and other things because of many external and internal issues. So this is my practical experience why I'm sharing. Even my PhD actually based in human resources. So I do not know around the world why exactly right the way anything happened right the way they want to cut their employee, right the way they go against their employee, right the way they said, okay, we do not have money, this, that. But as I grow, like I build up some business, which is like startup, then it's big, super big. So in between few years, I think I can start with 28 students, then I finish with 15,000 students, and one of the largest education group. But issue is that I believe that not only corporations, even governments, even NGOs, even private organizations, whatever it is, they have to care about their employee. Even COVID situation come, I know many companies have very good amount of money. They're earning very good amount of money. Even I do not want to just criticize. Just example, let's say Reliance Group making billions of dollars, but again they cut their salaries, employee salaries. So I do not know. I think that policy-wise, human resource management is very important. Even organizational development, even every aspect, human resource is very important. But somehow, in the corporate culture, we have one kind of strategy that we have to control all of the expenses and everything, just based on these employees and other things. But in my practical experience, every organization said that customer number one. I said no, employee number one. Who comes to your organization first? Your employee. Who comes to and take care of our organization? Our employees. Who is actually build up our business? Our employee. So if we do not taking care of our employee, how we get the result? So that is the things. Even I give them 10 times of salary and they give us 10 times of return. Human is so beautiful character. Human is so powerful. I do not know even USA, why USA has big economy, big corporation, $1 trillion company. COVID situation come right the way. They say, we will cut our employee. Even I do not like example, even Europe and USA, even Australia, their job and other things is not very secure. I'm very honest with you. Why I do not stay in Europe, or I was in UK and Germany long time. I do not stay because their job and many things is not secure, and policy wise they say many things, but real industry is completely different. But I do not know, as you are think tankers and there are many policymakers and many established business organizations and business people come here, policymaker joins. But I think every company first they should taking care of their employee. First, they should proper care of their employee. If they can, let's say IBM TV, if they have employee and team, if IBM TV really care about their people, they will grow IBM TV. Not the other person, those who come from outside. The inside people, they will make it very big, very strong. So this is the things I always want to share. Any corporate discussion, anything, even example, many corporations comes to take my consultancy and other things, I always explore. Employee number one. Who is inside your organization is your number one. But do not think that customer, if your service is bad, they can, or your product is bad, next day they will go to other organization and taking their product and services. But you must to taking care of your employee first. So I don't know, maybe it's a different perception, but I get a very good result. Practically, with my I do not want to say my theory, but practically I implement it. I get a tremendous result with this approach.
That's very well said, Sharif, and we will discuss about that. But it's almost an hour, and it's time to introduce to our panelists. We have Bill President, our White House correspondent, joining us from Washington DC. We have Jim Aid, our producer from California, and Jim does a Chess Without Borders show on Tuesday. And then we have Alexander Stark joining us from Canada, Toronto, and Alexander does multiple shows, and I think one of the biggest shows coming up on 29th August. It's like a world championship on chessstarts.com. Do join us at 3 p.m. EST on Saturdays. And then we have our smarter and smartest of all, Julian, joining us from Canada, and he's one of the best in the world right now as an IQ test is concerned. And then we have Sharif joining us from Malaysia, he's a PhD scholar. And we have to welcome with our bow hands to our special guest, Ben Ford from UK.
Welcome, Ben.
Good afternoon, all. How are we?
Good afternoon.
All well. And then with Ben, we have one more guest, Alex, joining us. And I think Alex, Ben will introduce Alex. Ben.
Yes, Alex. Good afternoon, all. As you all know, I'm from the UK, and today I have a bit of support from the United Kingdom and a very good friend of mine. As it's Podcasters Thursday, I've recently appeared on one of Alex's podcasts. It's called the Shrewsbury Biscuit Podcast, and Shrewsbury is a really fantastic, beautiful place in the middle of Shropshire, and Alex covers the place wonderfully well. But rather than me tell you all about it, Alex, good afternoon. How are you? Welcome to IBM TV.
Hello, gents. Thank you very much for having me on this show. Thank you. I appreciate the invite. I got invited on here just to talk about the Shrewsbury Biscuit and how I feel like my show sets a different precedent to other podcasts out there. The reason being, I mean, I got a lot to thank Shrewsbury for, really, because it's a beautiful town. It's historic. It's the birthplace of Charles Darwin. And it's a place full of brilliant creators, independent businesses, and fantastic people that have fantastic stories. So even though I do this podcast, a lot of the credit goes to the guests and what have you that come on my show. Now the show started off on my as most podcasts do, on my kitchen table, which my wife was not happy about. So I had to find ways to solve that. What I did was I reached out to local bodies that was interested, because back then there was no Shrewsbury podcast. You type in Shrewsbury into your iTunes, Podbean, anything like that, nothing came up. There was something for the football club, but nothing for Shrewsbury. So I reached out and said, do you want someone to help promote Shrewsbury as a town? And luckily enough, a local body, I won't mention the name, don't know if I'll get in trouble for that, got in touch with me and said, yeah, we'll chuck you a couple hundred to help you, as long as you help us cover what was called the Darwin Festival, an intellectual festival that run for 2 weeks. They gave me a couple £100. With that, I bought a new microphone and a mixer. I've chucked all that stuff in a suitcase. And we have this huge hill in Shrewsbury called the Shrewsbury called the Cop, Wild Cop, and that's like one of the longest running streets of independent businesses. Anyway, I carry this thing up and down the Cop. I finish night shift, go out, do an interview at the premises. So I go to cafes. I did one at Shrewsbury Prison. I go to different places all around Shrewsbury and record these amazing podcasts. And eventually it gathered a lot of speed. A lot of people were talking about us. Eventually we found ourselves in a shopping centre. We got our own little studio. I say our own little studio. It's an empty unit. It's to let still. And the guy that runs the shopping centre lets us use it until it's gone. And then we'll be up on our backsides and looking for somewhere else. But the premise is this show went from nothing to something that the town absolutely adores. So that's my spiel. Anyway.
And so,
Good for you.
Ankit, listen to me now. This is nowhere near London. This is nowhere near London. Alex, I have a massive... Ankit just thinks the UK is London. I'm trying to educate him. I'm doing my best. And you've just...
I do too.
Jim comes to the UK and eats Indian.
So, you know that, I mean, you have marketed London better than UK. So that's what... And then sometimes you said it's England, sometimes you said it's Great Britain, sometimes you said it's UK, sometimes you said it's like Wales, and also I think London is something which is still static and everything is dynamic.
At least people can relate to London. Yeah.
Today, Ankit, it's Shrewsbury, and you know where we've been going through your palaces. By the way, Alex, that's the East Wing Ankit's in today. Ankit, can you Google Shrewsbury and bring up the things about Shrewsbury, please? That would be perfect on your screen share.
Well, Alex, I'm really impressed with what you're doing, what your story told us. And I want to ask you, is Shrewsbury as big as New Delhi?
It's bigger in many ways. I'm sorry. I don't know the size of Delhi, but
because you've been all around Shrewsbury, but I don't know if you could get all around New Delhi.
I mean, culturally, I think the whole world has got a lot to owes. The whole world owes a lot to Shrewsbury and Shropshire in actual fact, because when you think of things like Ironbridge and Coalbrookdale, birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, and then of course you got Charles Darwin. He's Charles Darwin, you know. So I mean,
plug him, yeah,
absolutely. And this is one of the things that surprises me about Shrewsbury is this amazing pre-medieval town that had one of the most brilliant minds of all time that came from here, and they don't push on the fact that they're not like there's no flashing lights, no Darwin lived here, or I mean, it's there around town.
No marketing,
but
no marketing.
Well, that's it. I mean, that's what I do. I'm kind of like, yo, guys, there's this amazing place in the world. You should definitely come and visit this place. And we do have listeners all around the world. A lot of expats that used to live here listen to the show and enjoy it immensely. And you know, we do also have people from outside of the place. I network a lot in America with other projects I work with, and there are so many people out there that are just like, I would love to come to Shrewsbury. You know, it's
How far away from Stratford are you?
Stratford, I don't know.
It's on Avon. That's all I know. It's a river.
We're about an hour away from Stratford.
Okay.
Stratford. Okay. So you're
We are on the Welsh border.
you're getting literature and science. So you guys are rocking where you are.
I've got this an interesting story about an American actually, and about Wales. Okay, so I went to Honolulu years ago, and I was stood outside the airport waiting for a transfer, and I bumped into this Texan guy, and I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" So and we got talking. He's like, "So where have you flown in from?" I was like, "Wales." He's, "Oh my God, Wales! Isn't that in England?" I was like, "No, it's in Wales. You idiot." Yeah. So yeah, funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Shrewsbury does whack a punch, and I'm not from there. I'm not from there originally, and that was the beauty of what I did, is because I moved to this town, fell deep hard in love with it, and then wanted to document my story in finding things out about Shrewsbury. And as I'm learning, so are the listeners.
That's so impressive.
Thank you.
Good for you.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the norm, or if Roswell, New Mexico, is actually the exception to the rule by trying to capitalize on their, uniqueness in that way.
I mean, I wouldn't want to see. So yeah, this is original Shrewsbury. The body that I talked about that helped me out is run original Shrewsbury, and they are brilliant because what they do is they collect money off independent businesses. They put that money into a pot, and that pot of money goes out to look after the town. And that's the market hall there. That's from the 1500s.
Click on that dining out part.
You want Indian food, Jim?
Yeah. I want to see the Indian food.
Ben, do you want to explain what Eat Out to Help Out is in the UK at the moment?
Yeah, we've been through this. We've been through this quite a bit on IBM TV. Yeah, no, we are at the moment. We are doing, and it's going to continue. A lot of the local places have taken it on themselves to do, but it's where I've been telling you get 50% off on a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's why I keep going off early on a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from the shows, because we eat out to help out, and the government are paying half of the fees. But yeah, these are just some of the images from the town, really, and obviously that's the church.
That's gorgeous.
That's at the top of something called the Quarry, and the Quarry is just a massive piece of land that you can go and play. Yeah, it's a big hill. I'm just seeing if I can find a picture of the Quarry.
Click on Shrewsbury Castle. I'm pointing on my screen like you can see me.
There you go.
Shrewsbury
Castle. This is the Quarry.
Yeah,
but again, there's not very good pictures. Oh, yeah, a few gallery, and you just go in there and just sit around all day next to the river. You can jog if you want. Obviously, that's not my element, but you can do if you want. And then there's also lots of shows in the Quarry as well. So this is the middle of the Quarry. It looks
awesome.
Looks like the food festival. It's a beautiful town. A beautiful town it is. And of course, as Alex says, a lot of the problem is that it's shouting about it, and that's what Alex does really well. But I mean, yeah, and as for food, Jim. Obviously you can come over and have. There's Indians, there's Chinese, there's all kinds of Mexican food, there's pizza, so you'll be well away.
Yeah, I stay in California for the Mexican food, but I do go to London. But now I might be going to Shrewsbury for the Indian food.
You're more than welcome, Jim. We'll give you a guide.
I would only go if I was on a podcast though, or something like that.
Well, yeah, we'd have to take you into the Biscuit Podcast studios, wouldn't we, Alex?
We compare and contrast different foods. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. And you know what I love about the Shrewsbury Biscuit is, okay. So I mean, hands up who's got a podcast or runs a podcast. Does anybody here run a podcast? Got something like that? Yeah. Well, you're part of these groups. What was that? A motorbike. Okay.
It wasn't you.
When you're part of these communities and part of these groups, you can throw up, "Hey, it's my birthday today," or "Oh my God, I need help with my microphone," and then you just get these links, constant links of other people's shows, and I hate that. I think it's horrible. I think it's the podcast equivalent of herpes. It's terrible. Right? Don't do that. It's not attractive at all. Because the best way to market a podcast isn't to do that. It's not to just rely on things that are online. You got to look for offline ways to promote what you're doing. And what I mean by that is get out to things like Comic-Cons when we can do that again. Get out to events, get out to shows. Look for local sponsors. Get local people in from your area to come on the show because their family will listen. They'll share it to their friends. Use posters. I mean, I managed to get myself on a Monopoly board. I'm on a Monopoly board, and that's because I can talk to people. I can say to people, look, if you want me to help you with promoting this Shrewsbury version of Monopoly, come here, get in the game somehow. And that happened, and I didn't have to pay for that. It's just because I'm good at what I do.
Yeah.
Simple.
And are you near a railroad?
Oh yeah.
Speaking of Monopoly.
Well, they got the normal squares, which I've renamed around Shrewsbury, and our logo is just on one of the squares. We don't actually have a Shrewsbury. Our logo is on a Monopoly board. I'm still part of the Hasbro universe.
There you go. You're big time now. You're big time.
Alex also appears on a lot of US podcasts, etc., as well, and podcasts, don't you, Alex? Tell the stories about those. What you appear on?
I do. I have a deep love for the American culture. I've been podcasting now for a while. I started a show called Thor's Kin. Okay, Thor's Kin. It's a cheeky play on words. It's with my American co-host, and we would discuss geeky culture. It got a bit too far though. It wasn't a show that I was proud to put alongside the Shrewsbury Biscuit. If I wanted to do like an Alex Whiteley Productions and put the Shrewsbury Biscuit here and then the Thorskin there, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't match. So just before the lockdown, I started a new network called USUK, US UK. There it is, right there, US UK. And this was a look into US and UK culture because there are so many things I will say to my American co-host, and we would get stumped. We would just stop, and we'd be like, "What did you just say?" For example, the one night I was doing a podcast and I was drinking cider, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna get so messed up on the cider, yo," and he was like, "What are you, 5?" And I stopped and I was like, "What do you mean am I 5?" He's like, "Cider's pop." And I was like, "No, this will definitely get me drunk. I don't know what you're talking about." And that's where I learned that Americans have hard cider and cider, silly little things like this. Right?
Yes.
So we started USUK, which was a collection of free shows. One called What's the Difference, where we get people in from culture and we talk about the US and UK culture. One called The Weekly Bazaar, which is a look in the most bizarre news stories, and another one called Superhero Bar Fight, which is where they take characters from different parts of culture, movies, TV, comic books, whatever, and they put them against each other and they discuss who would win. And Jarrett Reddick from Bowling for Soup's just been on that show just this week, actually. So we're getting good guests. It's a good bit of fun, but the problem is we started it just before lockdown, just when everybody was going to do a podcast, and that's where so it's a slow burner. But it'll get there.
Yeah. And, one problem Rakesh has, Rakesh is one of our frequent guests, and he gets really angry over misspellings. And so why do you guys spell center wrong? and why is this Leicester Square spelled like that?
I think it's because what America decided to do was like, okay, we're going to set up shop here. We're going to take this popular like sport, football, and we're going to take it for our own. We're going to rebrand it. We're going to instead of kicking the ball, why don't we just pick it up and still call it football? And you created your own language. I mean, that's what happened. Yeah. I have this thing about football. I love the NFL. Okay, I follow it. I don't have a team, but that's the best way, just to watch it impartial, right? And I still to this day call it American hand egg. Because it's one, it's not a ball, and two, you barely use your feet, so it's American hand egg. There you go.
And they're cracking a few eggs out there.
So
they are.
I speak fluent American, but I'm really struggling with English.
Wow.
Hold on. All right, Alex. We have this thing on IBM TV where we've never actually seen Mr. Eade and Sean Connery in the same room. Ankit,
for good reason.
Now,
I've caught on this pattern.
Sean Connery speaks good English. So, Ankit, where's the pictures?
Yes, and Alex, what we're going to need you to do is we're going to need you to pick out the real Jim Eade.
It's Eade, James Eade.
Sorry, James Eade.
See?
Hey, Ankit, expand your screen so everybody can see the picture.
Oh no, please. I'm so embarrassed.
I mean, go ahead and show us again. Now, Alex, can you pick the real one out?
Yeah, I mean, the two in the middle are obviously Jim, and the two far left and the one right is obviously Sean
I'll say one more.
Alfie,
I need you to do something for me though, Jim. Jim, I need you to repeat after me. You may ask yourself, why shoot a man before pushing him out of a plane?
One more time.
You may ask yourself, why shoot a man before pushing him out of a plane?
You may ask yourself, why shoot a man before pushing him out of plane?
it is Sean. It's Sean.
Yeah.
Sean.
That's obviously a play on Bane from the last Batman movie that Christian Bale did, because they made Bane sound like Sean Connery. You may ask yourself, why shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane?
Jim, being serious now, how's Roger Moore?
Oh, please. And Pierce Brosnan. That's the one that got me. Sorry.
Alex has a theory on the Batman, don't you? There's a new one coming out, isn't there, Alex? The new Batman just about to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, my problem with things this year. Okay, so geeks are the worst people in the world. I'm a geek, okay? I am a geek, but I'm also a nice guy. It's a rare occasion to have a geek that won't haunt people and follow people around.
We have two on the show.
I think everybody on
three, maybe, Julian. Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
Okay.
It's amazing to have something that you really enjoy and really like. And I feel like 2020 has been the year where can we not have the crazy Rick and Morty fans, the crazy Star Wars fans, the Marvel diehard Marvel fans that will literally persecute anybody that says they love a new Batman movie or a new DC franchise, and literally they will verbally on Facebook they'll castrate anybody that says they enjoy these things. And I think it's not the year to be messing around with that sort of stuff. Can we not just after this year just enjoy looking forward to something? Can we not just be excited for a new Batman movie?
Take a chill pill.
Well, people have to find the heroes they can relate most to, right? At least on a subconscious level. And then they're always going to try and analyze their own team versus the other teams. And then they're going to have these kind of negative assessments that will naturally come out. So over time, there are always going to be these things. It's more about how we're going to have the discussion of how to bring people back together. Because if it's natural for there to be these sorts of, causes of friction, I think we really do need to do that. We need to say, hey, it's okay to like Marvel and it's okay to like DC, or it's okay to like neither at the same time.
I think you're absolutely right.
What if you like Conan the Barbarian?
Well, I never actually got to see that show, unfortunately.
Oh, play the young card. Okay.
No, that's okay, because first of all, it came out in the original with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then there were a series of remakes that,
I didn't watch those.
Okay, well, I watched them all. So, Julian, you have no excuse, and you have Netflix and YouTube. So,
well, yeah, the thing is, in truth, I usually don't get too consumed in these sorts of franchises and, like particular series or even industries or my favorite brands per se. But I think I have actually seen a few maybe snippets of the original Conan show throughout my life, but I'm not sure even what the plot line of the whole, series is.
Oh, they had nothing to do with the plot line.
Okay.
Right. I mean, Julian, you missed the point. At some point, Julian, can't you just stop and have a beer and just be like, I'm leaving my Genius Award alone? And I'm gonna.
Chill pill.
Here we go. I'll show everyone the Genius Award you're referencing.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right here.
Oh, yeah. That is.
Leave it alone whenever it gets so dusty.
No.
They wasted no expense. Spare no expense.
You're on the big screen.
I want to hear more. What is that for? What's that for?
Oh, so there's maybe you've heard of Mensa. It's the most common high IQ society, but there are actually a few of them, and there's this one based online called the World Genius Directory, and they hold these yearly elections where basically people vote for what they call the geniuses of the year. There are 3 of them: one for the Americas, one for Europe, and then one for Asia. And then whoever wins these awards basically serve as representatives for the WGD and just gifted people. And so basically I try to serve as a representative and to speak on, the existence of people in these sorts of situations. And also I like to speak on what they have to offer society, because as one thing you'll see is that I like to focus on some of the social forces that lead to certain outcomes in society. And I believe that helping gifted people will be a huge boon to what we're trying to do on the whole, even though right now it might seem that it almost goes against some of our values, because it almost seems like saying, oh, well, the existence of gifted kids could imply that some people aren't as gifted. And some people, take issue with that. But yeah, all those things aside, that's why I was, I guess, chosen to receive the award in 2017 for America.
Well, I have a question, because and I think that's excellent, Julian. But I didn't know that a campaign was involved. Who were your campaign managers? Was
it was all just me. I mean, it wasn't the most elaborate. I like to say that Facebook is a video game. I know we say that Facebook is almost a gamified, political rally in general. So all I really had to do is just focus on the right audience, the right Facebook group.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's almost like whenever you're in a Facebook group, you can just go look at the members, and it's a lot. You don't have to go, like as deep as Cambridge Analytica did, for instance.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Well, Alex, I got to ask you, don't play the young card on me, but did you ever see the original Star Trek?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, of course.
The original TV show.
Yeah, I've seen a few. I mean, the
reason I'm asking
a few
is,
episodes.
Do you know who Spock is?
Of course, yeah.
Yes,
Who doesn't know who
half
Spock
Vulcan, half human. That's Julian. That's Julian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you actually. So you're a Mensa recipient. You've gone out and done these amazing things. You're smart enough to realize that no one's ever going to listen to your advice, right? Does that must frustrate you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of depends. If you try and get people to listen to your advice, then they're not going to, right? But if you're in a situation where, they see the results of certain processes, they're probably going to gravitate towards the ones that are most beneficial. So at the end of the day, either it's worth listening to or it's not. If I have advice that's not worth listening to, I'm completely fine with nobody listening to it.
It does frustrate me. It frustrates the hell out of me, because they'd have burned you as a witch years ago. Like they would have.
That's a huge thing. And that's part of the reason why you can't let it get under your skin too deeply, or else you'll just find an infinite number of reasons to, I guess you could say, take disgust with our species.
Well, listen. Julie,
having been there and done that,
right?
We just have to be patient with others as we are, with ourselves. Sometimes other people not wanting to take our advice, if that makes us feel a certain way, it could just mean that we have to give ourselves some new advice and maybe seek it out from others.
Well,
for you.
You see, that's why IBM TV is unique, because we are smart television for the community. And so we love solutions, even if we don't understand them.
And we like to bring on the people that have the wisdom as well. So there is smartness, right? And then there's also wisdom, and there is some overlap between those. But one great thing I love about IBM TV is just the variety of characters that come aboard, and just the different pieces of this puzzle that they contribute.
Yeah.
And I do want to say one other thing about IBM TV is that we got two guys from the UK on, and Nick is nowhere to be found.
Yes, get in there. Yes, come on.
I'll just laugh and nod. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that was an inside joke. Yeah.
Well, Alex, pretty soon you'll know when Nick graces us with his presence. I'm sure he's listening somewhere out there, because we're always being monitored.
Always.
He's out counting stars.
Right. So Ben.
Yes, Bill.
No, what do you have? I mean, you've been awfully silent. Normally we can't,
Well, shut you up.
Oh, no.
I did not say that.
The thing is, you see, you Americans are giving us so much to comment on at the moment with your fabulous, loving election that's going on.
I know,
but
bring it on.
I just watched Bill's opening scene from the election today, and I thought you've just summed it up, Bill. There's nothing to say,
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously it's the Republican convention, and you're all enjoying that at the moment, and there's a lot of enthusiasm about it. Yeah, and and obviously Jim's now got a headache. So just normal. But I got my press card today, so I'm there.
Cool.
Oh, congrats.
Wow.
So,
How did that get to the UK before it got to California?
I bribed. I joined. So I'm now officially a member of the press for the media business. But no, it's been pretty quiet today. Although I've just heard, I don't know whether you've heard, Paul Pogba, one of the most famous footballers, has contracted coronavirus, which is quite. Wow. And they've been in bubbles, which obviously they've been in their own bubbles, and then they've gone off to their own families. So that's quite worrying.
What do you mean by footballer?
Proper footballer that used to him.
Not a hand egg thrower.
You know that, Usain Bolt also, found positive couple of days back, and then there is also a risk for all those athletes because he hosted a big birthday party, and then a lot of athletes joined that party, and then suddenly he was positive. And a lot of cricketers were also there. Ben knows about Chris Gayle, so now there's a doubt about Chris Gayle's selection on the IPL. So let's see what happens with that.
Yeah, and obviously the greatest cricket team in the world's just won 2 series, one against West Indies and one against Pakistan. So that's wonderful, And then obviously India's on the radar next. So we're obviously that comfortable another series victory. And the big news is I'm going on holiday to where they're going to be filming I'm a Celebrity. So there you go. What more can I say? So it's been officially revealed where I'm a Celebrity is going to be, and I'm going on holiday there with the kids to the caravan for a few days. So
here's me thinking that Ben was going to bring up some really insightful subjects on this show, and then he starts talking about cricket.
I think it's okay because I think this is Ben's drop the mic moment. He's going on holiday.
Yeah.
Pronounce that correctly, Ben. Can I get a lesson? Holiday.
It's when Nick drives you to it, Bill. That's what a holiday is. It's when Nick puts that much pressure on you. You need to go away for a few days break. So I'm going down to Wales for a few days on a staycation, as they call it, because of the pressure Nick puts on me. And it wouldn't surprise me if he just appeared in here in the next few moments just to make it worse. But 4 days away will be fantastic. But Bill,
you're staying in England, though.
Wales, outside.
Is that in England?
One thing I will do at 3:00 is catch up with Bill's political report just to see how well it's going in the States, because it's such a pleasure to watch.
Or not going so well.
Yeah, I love watching that report. I see it every time.
I do too. Bill, we can't praise you enough. That's fantastic.
Do you know what I like though at the moment is I like seeing Bill trying to keep calm when saying it, because it must be really difficult. And was it the other day? He went, "There's so much other things that just are irrelevant," and I thought. He sat there for hours and thought, "No, I won't bother with that. Won't bother with that."
That's why I can't believe it, because he stays up to watch it, and then he has to prepare it, which, like you say, takes editing. And I can't say that. Oh no, I can't say that. And then he comes on and delivers it.
But then he's gone back to
I'm
his
so
notes.
impressed.
He's gone back to his notes though, Jim, and he's thought, "I've got to include something."
I was going to say, like when it comes to the election. Just won't do it. You can't put that on paper.
Right. Yeah. Actually, just as an observation, and Julian, this is a shout out to you. It takes a lot of effort to condense things down so that others can understand, Julian, and I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yes, absolutely. Einstein said that's how you mark true knowledge of a subject, right?
Right. And then Ben, you're absolutely right. There are times that I'm like, I cannot say that. I cannot say that. I can't. And then what can I say that would be relevant to our audience? Because quite frankly, we are not in the business of wasting other people's time. So, But
you should have told me that earlier.
Let's report once, and then we can have a discussion. Let me play Bill's report for the day.
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. For the third consecutive evening, the Republican convention continued with its theme of God, country, and the American flag versus what the speakers called today the Dark Ages and tribalism. The Republicans made overtures to a policy platform with reference to school choice, anti-abortion, and again, indications from 3 different speakers that a second term for Trump would be accompanied by a wholesale withdrawal of American combat troops from around the world. Thereafter, the speakers invoked the legacy of former President Abraham Lincoln, comparing the social and racial unrest today to that in the early days prior to the American Civil War. The Republicans argued that America is again on the precipice of dark days, and only Donald Trump can lead us. In a curious turn of events, the speakers each appealed to a separate demographic group as if the speeches were following a campaign outreach plan. The outreach covered the African American community, evangelicals, law enforcement, women voters, with a heavy emphasis on highlighting the suffragist movement and the state of North Carolina. After standard stories of Trump's softer side, the Republicans returned to the red meat to rally their base. The usual list of favored grievances, including the bias of the media against Donald Trump, violence in the streets, China bashing, and the heroic battle Donald Trump has been fighting on behalf of the forgotten Americans, were at the top of the list. The evening ended with a standard speech from Vice President Pence, who was then joined on stage by Donald Trump and the First Lady. In a separate report, the total number of Americans watching the Republican convention dropped by 3 million people from day 1 to day 2. In other news, the comprehensive COVID-19 relief package remains untouched by the Senate. However, it is clear now that it is on legislative life support. After 3 months, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, in an on-the-record interview, said that he supported the relief package if the parties could agree on the dollar amount and length of time for the supplemental unemployment insurance payments, specifically calling for the extension of the payments for longer than an additional 5 weeks. While seemingly uninspiring, it is indeed a crack in the Republican wall, given that the senators are now home for recess and facing the voters for the first time prior to the election. Senator McConnell himself is up for re-election in Kentucky. In our post office update, there has been no movement on the $25 billion emergency funding bill passed by the House, and it remains dead in the legislative process in the Senate. The current COVID death toll is over 180,000 Americans with no end in sight. That is your report for this day, August 27th, 2020. From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, Smart TV for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant. Thank you.
We are not worthy.
No, not at all.
That's the kind of thing that I would share and be like, hey, I'm happy I know this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I get a table at a restaurant by mentioning his name.
I gotta say, I jumped out.
Yeah.
Right.
Or
So
Sean
I jumped out my
Connery.
skin. I didn't expect the sound to come from a laptop. It came on, and I was like,
Well, Bill, absolutely great job. I can't praise you enough. But isn't there some sort of an audacity of them mentioning Abraham Lincoln? Because the Lincoln Party is running a tremendous amount of powerful ads against Trump and portraying him, I think, quite accurately. And the Lincoln Party is what I think of the traditional GOP. And what has happened to the GOP is made a completely different party than the one I grew up with.
Absolutely. I found it not only audacious, but it was hard for me to understand the magnitude of appropriating the legacy of Abraham Lincoln, who fought the Civil War. I mean, just think about it, breaking a nation in half. And here we have the Republican National Convention invoking Abraham Lincoln and suggesting that the social unrest in America today, protesting inequality and racial discrimination, suggesting that we're on the precipice of the Civil War. The intellectual leap is astounding. And quite frankly, I'm not sure enough people caught that. Julian, how did that strike you? Because, I mean, for me, historically, I mean, personally, I was, as an amateur historian, I was a bit offended because it was just amazing. But Julian and then Jim, I'll listen.
Well, it strikes me as emotionally manipulative, right? It's propagandizing in a way. It's almost a slippery slope fallacy in certain senses, but it's because it's catering, I guess you could say, to the worst case scenario. And we're in a situation where people, sometimes they'll be incentivized more to focus on the worst case scenarios. They're going to naturally be more likely to buy into these kinds of extremes. So I think that it's definitely a manipulative strategy, and it is effective, but what it ultimately accomplishes, whether or not that's moral, that's another story.
Okay, because Jim, I thought that maybe it was, inciting division. I mean, because when you invoke the notion of civil war at the current circumstances, and then you place Donald Trump as the great, whether it's a Marvel comic hero or a DC comic-based hero, I mean, that's just astounding.
That is an
I couldn't agree more. But I do think that Julian's point is spot on in that it's emotionally manipulative and also politically based calculation. Like they were telling, gee, Donald, you're suffering with the women. So I'll pardon Susan B. Anthony.
Right.
Even though she didn't want to pardon.
No.
So if you're historically accurate, you would respect her wishes and not pardon her. But that's not the point. He's manipulative. And this whole campaign is based on those manipulations.
Okay. And Alex and Ben, I mean,
Alex first. Go on, Alex. You take the floor.
Okay, so I have a problem with everything that's going on with politics at the moment. I think the two-party system, or the parties, something needs to be changed. Okay, because over in the UK we had, and then we had blubbering idiot versus absolute wimp, right? So who are you going to vote for? And then in America. You've got we need to lock up all the Mexicans. We need to, and then you've got sorry, I'm sniffing this girl's hair. Like, what's going on? You can't have these two different monsters running for your country. And like Bill, you were talking about Marvel and DC and how you have these little tribes of people that are either for or against these one different thing. It's not different. It's not different. We're being trained for this, and like there is a very hard right and a very hard left, and there's very few people in between, and that's because you're either part of Team Marvel or Team DC. It's the same thing, and this is what happens with people, right? You can't like both things. You can't split things down the middle.
Objection. Yeah. This is unprecedented in our times because you're absolutely right that describes politics in the United States spot on. But this is unprecedented because it's not just Marvel versus DC. It's the Republic of the United States versus fascism versus totalitarianism. And this is different. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like what this GOP party has become.
And actually, I want to go to Ben. I just want to offer this observation. Even when, we in the Americas got into a fight with our big brother over there in UK, England, London, Wales, whatever.
Our landlord.
Yeah, our landlord. Even then, we didn't have this level of vitriol, even when we were fighting each other twice. But Ben?
I think the difference with the States and the UK is that the UK is not as aggressive as the States at the moment. And Alex says, I think that we do have... I think since the coronavirus hit and our leader got coronavirus, I think it's put him on a different. It has lessened the vitriol, and also, of course, the Labour leader has changed, and we have a more professional Labour leader that presents himself or knows how to present himself because of his past being a QC. But I've certainly never known it like this in the States. And I think what it's doing is switching a lot of people off politics at the moment, especially American politics. I think it's a case of it's down to the people. The people need to sort this out. You've obviously not happy with Donald Trump, and we've had many discussion over that situation. But now the situation you've got is Biden's not right. Joe Biden is not right. You're going to vote for him because he's better than what you have. And that is an appalling situation. And that's the situation we got ourselves into last year, is that we could have voted somebody in because he was better than the current leader. Now, we didn't go with that. We went with the current leader, which just, at the end of the day, is just been consistency. Whether it's consistently correct or consistently incorrect, it's still consistency. And you get to know where you stand. And the situation you're going to be in now is that if you vote Biden in, you've got 4 years of picking up what Biden is and what he brings, rather than saying, for example, when Obama came in, he was very clear of what he had, and he was very straightforward, and you knew where you were going to stand. Whether you liked it or not, you knew whether you were going to stand. At the moment, I don't think you do. I don't think you can say that one of the leaders you're going to have is going to be this route. I think it's, well, he might do this, they might do that, and it's wishy-washy, and it brings us to that, I think. Whereas at least we're now in a consistent period, and for the next 5 years, we can settle down, whether you like it or not, to the Boris way. And of course, and we're in unprecedented times, but we're in unprecedented times from a leader that changed before, not during the crisis.
Hey, Ben, it's Mark jumping into the conversation. You know, I just love jumping into conversations and everything of that nature. So I've got to tease you about something, and I want to know what Bill thinks about this idea. But I tried to pull you to one of the conversations that I had with my guests yesterday on the online dinner party. It was a young gentleman from Las Vegas. He was actually pushing for us in the U.S. to join the Commonwealth. So he actually thought it was a great idea for us to join the Commonwealth. And I've heard this from others that are interested in kind of like the Commonwealth experience and tied to socialism. But Ben, do you think we should join the Commonwealth? Nick isn't here to tell us that it's a horrible idea, but I don't know what you think.
Well, Mark, much of your fabulous country is more than welcome. There's elements called Nick that obviously we wouldn't introduce. He'd have to pass a test.
A test of your devising.
yeah, we'd have to approve anybody called Nick that's on IBM TV into that scenario. Look, the Commonwealth, it annoys me, and because we are all one, we're one world, etc. And as I keep saying on here, we should be learning from each other. The problem we get is that there's too many factions, there's too many people fighting. It's all over power. You know, the Commonwealth's a great idea, but the countries outside of it, where do we link with those? You know, and things like that. So it is, and unfortunately at the moment, you in America can't concentrate on any other relationship other than your internal one. You are not at the moment. You're in and I'm not talking about the people, because I do understand. Obviously, you know, we have some great relationships, but the factions that are running the country can only concentrate on internal politics at the moment. Whereas normally during your elections, it's, yes, that's going on and we spend time on that, but we also are developing over here, developing that, because this 6-month campaign could be just the middle of 8 years. At the moment, it's this 6-month campaign could be going on for a year, 18 months. You're not going to concentrate on anything else because they're too busy fighting each other, because they are literally ripping each other apart.
Well, I will jump in and say this, and welcome to Mark Lee. Always great to have you. I wanted to go back to Alex and just say that although I was objecting to some of what you said, I agreed with most of it. Biden was not in my top 10 choices for the Democratic primaries, and no one can convince me that these two men are our best choices. And so I think you're spot on about that. There's something fundamentally broken, and I do not have the answer. And I wanted to let you respond.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to take something as important as a side of government, you know, and compare it to something like a comic book franchise. You can't just do that. But you are right. You know, there is a rhetoric at the moment being spoken all around the world, not just in America, but in the UK too, when it comes to refugees running for their lives across the English Channel, and then one accidentally dies. You've got people laughing and writing messages of, oh, wow, that's amazing. That's wrong. It's evil. And it's the same in America when you got kids locked in jails.
Yes.
You know, you got people of the black community being hurt, and you got all these people just saying these horrible things. Okay, so you've got that side that is the far right, and it's growing. Okay, and you're saying that that you need to choose the lesser of two evils. You know, I mean, if it gets rid of Trump and this horrible right wing rhetoric, do you just vote for Biden and just bite the bullet and get on with it? Because that looks like the choice you're gonna have to make, I'm afraid.
That's what I'm making. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
He was not anywhere near my top choice. Bill?
No, I was gonna kick it over to Julian.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I've just been listening. I'm in agreement. It seems, kind of like what Ben was saying, that it's ambiguous either way. Even if I was to make this decision, okay, I'll bite the bullet. I will vote for Biden just because it's closer to my values. There are still opportunities for things to contrast with my values. And, ultimately it would leave me feeling somewhat powerless in the outcome of the whole thing. What I really wonder, do you think it would be different if every individual, almost from childhood, if they were brought up with this mentality of, look, you need to become president if nobody else around you can be a good enough president? Then what do you think it would be like? I almost feel like we're left with this kind of void where nobody even cares about becoming president anymore. And that's why we now have these kind of representatives that nobody can even relate with whatsoever. And it almost seems, as far as I can tell, to have just missed the mark of what it was trying to achieve from the get-go. And I think it would be better if people had a bit more, I don't want to just say that they need to have more personal responsibility, because they'll also need to have that coupling in the system that will receive their intentions and encourage them to, try and stay active. Do you guys think that it would be a much better world, I guess you could say, if people...
I think it would be a better world, and we definitely need to have more folks doing that. We need to have that kind of civic knowledge that I remember way back in the day you used to get in our education system. I don't think that it actually exists in our current model of education the way that it did when I was coming up, that there was a lot of that feeling that, yes, anybody could become president. We hadn't had a African-American president yet, but we were still told that we could be president and things of that nature. Now, one of the things that we learned, and I think it's one of the things that's been really interesting in terms of the way society has developed, is that even after you become president, you still have to deal with all the political games that exist within that. Because even, as I think Bill would agree with me, the activism community, and I'm part of the activism community here in Durham, North Carolina, or at least I consider myself part of that, and have been involved with everything from Occupy Durham to some other kind of things along those lines. There was a feel that he would come in and have those activism policies that he did when he was in Chicago. But there's that game called politics. And yes, politics is a game, and you got to play the game. So he couldn't necessarily do the things that he wanted to do, even within the context of becoming the first president. So there's that going on. And the other thing that I would like to hear from Bill, and then I did see your question as well, Ben, but we're also seeing some of our youth activists. It kind of comes back to what Julian was talking about, that are pushing back. They've got their own agenda, and they're not afraid to go put their own agenda. I am actually a big fan, and some people say that's because she's cute, but it's not just because she's cute, but I am a big fan of AOC and her agenda. And I know that she's gone recently against Nancy Pelosi on at least 2 races. She's gone and endorsed somebody that was on the opposite side. So I'm actually seeing that as a plus, because she's not afraid to build her own coalition, to push that agenda of that coalition, and to actually go after folks that might not be the ones that the quote unquote establishment want to give us and everything. But I want to hear your views about that, Bill. And then I want to go to Ben, because I saw Ben's hand up, and then I want to go to Julian. But I was directed to Bill, so I'll go to Bill first, then come to Ben. And don't forget, Alex, I think I'm just meeting you for the first time, or only been here for a few times, but I am coming to you as well. Bill, it's on you.
Okay. Well, I generally think, just to as an observation with AOC, I think she represents probably the most dynamic figure on the progressive side of the Democratic Party that I've seen for a while. It's funny. It reminds me of back in 03, 04, when Howard Dean was running for president, and he had a slogan: "I represent the Democratic wing of the Democratic Party," and that really, got a lot of. Well, it resonated with people. I amongst them. So I'm really hopeful of how she crafts her coalition. And, you know, the interesting thing about her leadership so far is that she is doing it in a cooperative manner. That is, she's not, you know, doing it alone. So her first major piece of legislation, the Green New Deal, had senators as well as other members of the House. So it wasn't a go-it-alone strategy. And in many respects, I think it touches upon what we've all been talking about today, which is we need something different rather than a far right and a far left. We need something, you know, more of a dialogue, which is, I think, generally what we try to provide here on IBM television. However, I can say it at the core, we are in the funny season, and it's going to get worse over the next, 70 days or so, or 60 days, because a lot of money is going to be spent. It's on the one hand going to be entertaining. On the other hand, Jim, it's going to be frightening. Julian, you'll see it as an exercise in the dynamics of human nature. I, for one, am fundamentally concerned. By the way, for our audience, Jim is holding up what is known as a pain relief patch. Yes, and it actually comes from one of our sponsors, the Family Dollar store, and Lynn Shepard will be on later, along with the masks. But
wear a mask.
Right, to stop the viruses. But getting back to Mark, your point, and AOC and what's going on, I really, and this is a question I've been waiting to ask the entire panel. Do you think it is possibly true that we are seeing a major shift in the foundation of American politics moving forward? Because we have this fundamental structural crisis, and the only way it can be cured is with a fundamental structural change. And maybe we are on a precipice, not what the Republicans were talking about, but rather a different way, because the same issues, you're right, Alex, and Ben, you're right as well, with your prime minister, the same dynamics are going on across the globe, nationalism versus cooperation.
Yes.
Are we seeing at least the approach or a different thought pattern in a fundamental shift to change, to address the structural changes we're seeing? And yes, Julian, because that's a real question.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting question. So I'd like to chime in first, just from, I guess you could say, the evolutionary perspective whenever it comes to stability versus exploration. So these are two processes that ultimately they maintain a balance that allows for complex life to interact with its environment and to respond. So since this is a fairly fundamental process in life, it will eventually trickle up, and then we'll see these kinds of outcomes in our general predisposition to split things into either liberal or conservative, which is, again, it's representing that kind of explorative nature versus the stabilized nature. So the thing is that now that we have a technological society, I guess you could say, jurisdiction of some of these more biological factors might be shifting up slightly. So I think that due to the just interweaving of technology in our modern society, there will have to be some changes, and there might even be a bit of a shift necessary. We might have to teach the shift to the people directly, to teach them to couple things together. People have to understand that these two things on complete opposite ends, they can appear to be the same thing if there is a certain medium between them, a bridge. And then by seeing that, then things can actually come together and continue to expand. But ultimately, the process of stability versus exploration, that's going to continue to be fought because we are biological.
Why can't we be both nationalists and cultured? Why can't we love where we're from and appreciate where we're from, but also take in other cultures and appreciate the good parts?
We're not designed to actually be right. We're designed to be comfortable with our understanding of how we fit into the universe.
But
if Ben, we take, and I do want to get to your point, but Alex has also got a question or a statement as well. But to come back to both of you and everything, one of the things that I've been pushing on my shows, as well as Jim knows this and everything, is I know we are big fans of unity here in our community and things along those lines. So we are definitely about the unity here on IBM Television Network and things of that nature. But one of the things that I've been adding to that in my conversation is unity, but unity with a celebration of the culture. So we are both unified, but also celebrating the various cultures that exist. That's what I think should be the model for the whole United States and the whole world, is that we should be having that unified voice, but at the same time celebrate those cultural differences that you reflect, whatever that is. I reflect my African American and some of my Native American heritage. I know that Bill reflects some of those same things. Jim reflects the parts of the world that he comes from. The same from Julian. The rest of you, the other two, reflect the kind of English values and things of that nature. But we've got guests from throughout the world. We've got folks from Malaysia, Australia, throughout, and we like to celebrate what they are about. So that's kind of the way I view it. So that's just my take on it and things of that nature. I'm turning it over to you, Alec. As soon as you're done, and we'll be a little bit off the top of the hour, I'm going to do the roundtable introduction, but I do want to get your point in before we get to the roundtable introduction.
I really do like Julian's point, but I'm not as optimistic, because when it comes to intergenerational communication, it's not that easy. If in the tiers of generations can communicate, understand each other, and take modern ideas and mix them with the older way of doing things and compromise, then I feel like that we could see a revolution when it comes to politics, and I really would like to see that. But I've done research on this. I've been banging my hands against the table, like, why can't people understand what's going on in this day and age? And that's simply because we're not designed for that. We like we were saying earlier, you're designed to enjoy what's comfortable around you, and making a huge change, like going from more than a two-party system. We can't do that. Like, you can't vote for the weak link, because that's a waste of vote. But if you explain that everybody gets a fair go at this, and that everybody can vote for her, then things can probably change. But generations don't get on well together, and that's something I've had to learn to just accept. Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll get the generations going as well. I will get to everybody's comments, but it's time for us to make that roundtable introduction. It is the top of the hour, actually. It's right at the top of the hour. So I'm going to start right here with my good friend, Bill Tresvant. He is our DC correspondent, talks to us about what's going on in the political world and things of that nature. He has definitely been involved in politics, I think also involved in social justice and a number of other things around our community. So he is a great voice to give us that perspective. So glad that you are on the panel, Bill Tresvant. Then we've got my good friend, and he pops in sometimes to help me with my hosting jobs and things of that nature on my shows, but he is also a master chess player, and he's written a book about chess that has sold many, many copies. That's right, we've got Jim Ede. He is the host of Chess Without Borders. He's also got a new friend of his who thinks that he's a fashion statement, because Fatima was on the show, and she was just impressed with his hat and his shirt and all of that. So actually, Ben is over there laughing like, no, not him, a fashion person. But yes, that is the way he was advertised to us by Fatima. We've got Julian. Julian's just got so much brains and smarts and things of that nature that we don't need to worry about his fashion statements, because he is an amazing individual, and we do love his fashion sense. He is very much that sense, and he's also was smart enough to go. See, this shows you how a smart man knows what to do. He was smart enough to move to a place to be with his lady love when he moved over there to Canada. So definitely, we are glad to have Julian on. I've got a couple of projects that I need to talk to Julian about that are both IBM TV involved as well as outside of that area, but just in some of his specialties around SAND-gifted and autism. So we'll be having some conversations also, but Julian is definitely an amazing individual. He's part of that new millennium crowd that is doing so many great things. I'm just amazed with the kind of work that they are doing. I alluded to AOC. I would put Julian in that same category, but our young folks are doing some great things, and we are glad to have Julian on the panel as well. Then we've got my new friend, been having now for a few months now, Ben Coates, coming to us from England. So Ben Coates is doing some great things. He's actually, in addition to doing the podcast that he does, he's the manager of a media company and an event planning company. So he does a number of things around there. And, hate to tell you this, Bill, but if you don't act right, he might send one of those drone planes over to you to get you in all kinds of trouble, because he is a drone pilot as well. So he does do that whole drone flying thing. And I did notice that oftentimes his kids and other people will try to get their airtime as well. Today, I noticed it was one of his dogs. The dog was trying to get their airtime because they were popping into the camera every once in a while. Yeah. They were like wanting to get some exposure as well. So definitely Ben's dog is getting some airtime also. Now we've got Alex on as well. That is Alex, and you're going to have to tell me the last name and how to pronounce it, because I don't want to get it wrong.
It's Whiteley. Don't you dare say Whitley.
Alex Whiteley. He is involved here, and he's definitely involved with us, and definitely involved on Podcasters Thursdays. I'm learning more about him, and I will continue to learn more about him. So I don't have as much of a spiel for you, Alex, but we're going to find out who you are. But I do know that you're over there in England and that you're involved in that. And Bill might want to give me some referee and help to tell me more about him.
Yes, actually, just a friendly kick over to Ben, because Ben, your introduction for Alex.
Yeah, Alex runs the Shrewsbury Biscuit podcast. Shrewsbury's a beautiful town, nowhere near London for Ankit's purposes. It's we're about 2.5 hours from London. It's a lovely town. There's a river that runs through it called the River Severn, which runs right from Wales right down into Gloucester area and Bristol, down to Bristol and further afield. And Shrewsbury is a very cultured town. It has some fantastic buildings. It's a very old town. There is not a shopping centre in the centre of the town itself. There is lots of independent shops around. In fact, there's something called Wild Cop. So if you want to Google Wild Cop, you can have a look at that. And they're all independent shops. And of course, independent shops are what's keeping the economy going at the moment. So there's a brief introduction to Alex, and he's a fantastic podcaster. I've done a lot of events with him, and I've recently been on his podcast, which I think is due to be released over the next few days. So yes, Bill and Jim.
And one last one, that's going to be me and everything.
No, Mark. In fairness, you can't introduce yourself, so I'm going to kick it over to Jim and his delightful. Because Mark, you have to be introduced as well. Jim, will you do the honors?
I will. Thank you, Bill. Mark Lee, it's my pleasure to do the introduction, and you showed great wisdom not trying to pronounce Alex's last name, because the English have a problem with spelling, and so it's very difficult to pronounce their names, even though it's spelled like it sounds. So Whiteley. Okay, so we got that straight, and it was very good of you. And Mark has many shows on IBM TV. And Wednesday night online dinner party is one, but you have your radio show on Mondays, and I'm forgetting the other one. I'm sorry, Mark.
No problem. Mullins Music and Memories. So that's the one that we kind of
music and memories.
show some of the memories and have folks share your memories, like you shared your memories of your meeting your wife, as well as memories of political life.
Right. So it's one. All these shows that Mark does are wonderful. All the shows that I've been on in IBM TV, and there have been many, have been wonderful. I've never been on a show that I haven't learned something. And Mark is not only a producer of his own shows, but also helps us out on many shows. And so, Mark Lee, it's my pleasure to introduce you.
Thank you. Great to be introduced that way. By the way, Bill, I've got to segue the conversation just a little bit and everything, because I was noticing that there are two helmets behind you. I think one of them is a Green Bay Packers helmet. I'm not necessarily feeling that because I am a Minnesota Vikings fan, so definitely I saw that Green Bay Packers thing going on in the back, so I think that's the helmet I saw, so it was actually throwing me off watching that.
Okay, no, I understand, and I'm glad you asked about that. Normally, I use, because I'm a big football fan, and one helmet that will not change is the Buffalo Bills.
I tried to get him to, he wouldn't.
Right, so they are always on my mind. However, I put the Green Bay Packers there because that's a symbol of my silent support for what's going on in Wisconsin, and as recognition to our viewers in Wisconsin that we here at IBM TV are not unmindful of the troubles that they are going through right now. So in that regard, Mark, you may be a Vikings fan, but I think today you are with the people in Wisconsin.
No, there's no doubt about that. I'm actually very much with the people of Wisconsin. That actually brings up one of the topics of conversation that I was going to bring up. So I'm getting ready to bring that to the rest of the panel as well. I'm definitely about the people of Wisconsin and the things that they are going through. There is no doubt about that. But I went to school at Marquette with Doc Rivers, and many of y'all heard Doc Rivers' very eloquent plea about what was going on with Black Lives Matter after the Clippers game. And we do know that yesterday, all the NBA games were suspended because they are using that as a form of silent protest. I think that some other games may be suspended today, both in the NBA and other leagues. So I would like to hear from the panelists how they feel about the athletes using their platforms of being athletes to make these very powerful statements. I am actually a big fan of it, but I'm just one voice out of the 6 here. So I would like to toss it off to Julian, what your thoughts are, and then I'll also go to Ben because Ben's got his hands waved. So I'm gonna toss it to Julian, then come down to Ben.
I think it's a great idea. As far as I can tell, the only reason someone wouldn't want an athlete representing a certain idea is because they don't feel like they got enough money from sponsors, right? So, but I think it's a great idea personally. I think that people should use whatever, means of influence they do acquire in order to push for what they have reasonable, reason to assume is a good thing to do. Like, for instance, protesting police brutality, such as the case with Kaepernick. So I think it's a good thing.
Definitely. Ben, you had some comments you wanted to add to it?
I think there's better ways of making the protest than not playing the game itself. I think playing the game itself is important to many, many people, especially during lockdown. The mental health effect of not playing it last night, people would have been sat there waiting for it to happen. We've our Premiership, all our football leagues that have started again have gone down on one knee quite powerfully. The cricket, they when we played the West Indies, and of course the West Indies, a lot of their islands have suffered a lot during the many years of the racism. There was a very powerful scene with the cricketers on one knee with the one arm in the air. Far more powerful than not playing. Not playing, what do you see? You see nothing. You get a few hours airwaves. Oh, last night they didn't play because. What message is that? We're going to run away from the situation. Is that helping? I don't know. And of course, I'm commenting being a white person, so I've never been in that position of being racially abused. And I know racism can happen to white people, but I'm very fortunate. But it's rare. It's a lot rarer than racism to black people. And I'm in very fortunate position of not being racially abused. But I think the more powerful message is by demonstrating that you are going to play the game, but you are going to give a message out there. All we saw last night is empty courts. What does that say? It doesn't say anything. It's irrelevant. So, yeah, I personally think last night, I think they've missed a trick. I don't think it's helped at all. I think and especially when they're on the money they are, they're on the money they are and they've not played. People look at that element as well. So I think the message got completely lost last night. And the situation that's occurred, of course, is wrong. I'm talking to the converted because we all know what's right and wrong on this channel. In regards to this situation, but yeah, not actually appearing last night. Lost the message for me.
Well, the one thing, and I hear you, and I understand your viewpoints and everything, Ben. The one thing that I would kind of push back on that end is that the athletes, as best as I can tell, one of the things that they were saying is that they are willing to sacrifice some of that great money that they are making in order to make that stand and in order to make the feelings known about them being very much concerned about this issue. So, like I said, I thought Doc's plea was very well said. I thought that others' pleas were very well said as well. So that's where I might push back on you a little bit. And this is actually part of a longer history because there have been African-American protesters that have done it for a number of years, whether that was Muhammad Ali, whether that was the two protesters in 1968 that gave the Black Power symbol and things of that nature and actually were banned from the Olympics because of that symbol. So we have had a history here in the United States of athletes using the platform in order to get the message across about civil rights and about things along those lines, whether it's the civil rights dealing with the police or whether it's the civil rights that were going on in the Deep South. So we have seen athletes historically using that. I can even go back as far as Sonny Liston and even further back than that, where folks have used the platform in order to get a message across.
But with last night, would there not have been a better symbol if there were all the athletes involved in the NBA games and have all kneeled at once with one arm in the air? Would that not have been better pictures this morning?
Let me just break in here. Alex wants to chime in, I think, and then I want to get it because I don't want it to be the Mark and Ben show. It'd
be a good show nonetheless.
I do have a comment from a friend of mine, Brucey Bruce, on my watch party. He said, if they leave the bubble and want to end the season, they beat no, just go home and actually fly out and protest with the people. Stopping the season does nothing to help unless you capitalize on the moment and be with the people. I think that's what you were saying, Ben, is that, sometimes it's best to have those people behind you in the audience or people that are watching and be protesting with the people. Because in actual fact, you know what you're doing when you're cancelling that season and when you're giving a lot of people what they want. You forget about there's a lot of people out there that don't want to see black people on TV because they're that bad, they're that racist. So when the NBA stops and when they're not doing that, you're actually giving a lot of people what they want. You deserve to do what you enjoy, and you deserve to be able to do it without any sort of problems that you're going to get off people. So I don't know. There's ways of protesting that don't require you canceling the thing that you do to enjoy yourself.
I want to hear from Jim because I know Jim's got a point, but I'm just going to comment to Alex's point, which is that a number of the athletes that I am aware of, and LeBron James being one of them, have actually been out in the protest. So they are not just giving it lip service in the sense of only doing it verbally. They are actually going out into the protest and making themselves known as being whatever their role is as athletes.
It's
and now talking to you, Jim.
Mark, it's definitely the U.S. versus the U.K. on this issue, and I've got a lot more to say about this, but I want to introduce our sponsor, Lynn Shepherd. And Lynn, I would like you to say whatever you want to say and tell us about the dollar store. You're muted, Lynn.
You're muted, Lynn.
There you go.
Actually, I think there needs to be a big protest because people need to be shopping on the online dollar store to support Money Masters PBS. So I'm going to nominate Ben to be the leader of the protest, okay? Because that's Ben. And Ben, we will take it nuts. We will take it just probably south or just probably north of Santa Barbara, California, and then we're going to stop because we don't want to get to the Socialist Republic of Northern California. So anyway, but all seriousness aside, I'm here. I wondered if Jim would catch that one. So
He did.
Jim's sometimes a little slow on the uptake. Julian noticed that right away. I could tell. So here's the point. Our family owns an online dollar store. It's called the link is family.dollarstore.com, but I don't expect anybody to remember it because if you go to the IBM TV website, click on the big round button, you can get right into the website. You don't have to remember the name for it. But why are we here? We're here because we're supporting the mission of Money Masters PBS, and that mission is to narrow the gap between poverty and financial sustainability by providing financial education that results in financial fitness. Okay, so when you shop at the online dollar store, a lot of things happen. We have over 4,300 products. We keep adding because we don't want Mark to get to the end. I know that he's now something over 4,120 items. And, we're going to keep adding because we want Mark to keep looking so that he looks for more.
The never-ending quest. The
never-ending quest. But we're here because what happens with the dollar store? Number one, you don't have to go out. And when you go out, you don't have to get COVID. But if you have to go out, we have masks, okay? Now, I was very disappointed to see that Jim wasn't wearing his mask when I came on because the other thing we're concerned about is computer viruses. And so Jim needs to keep his on. But look at this. We have, and Jim, you can show yours, we have boxes of face masks, 50 of them for $25.
I can do that math.
Yeah, I know. I'm really proud of you. After look at what Alex is doing. There are different masks, Alex, but you can wear yours too.
Good for you, Alex.
We're going to get little stick-ons for our masks so that you can advertise for various things. Okay, so we'll put the stick-ons on later. But here's the thing. We have a gift token program. And the gift token program, basically, by signing up to become a customer, going to the big round button, which is green, but you don't need to know that if you're colorblind because it's round and everybody can see that it's round. Okay. So if you click on the button, you're immediately going to get $5 worth of gift tokens. Okay. But if you sign on between now and Monday night at midnight, you're going to get another $5 worth of gift tokens, which we are going to send to you. Now, beyond that, we're giving 100% of our profit to Money Masters PBS through the end of September, because we want you to support Money Masters PBS, okay, and support the mission. So let's think about what happens to you by supporting Money Masters PBS, by buying on the online dollar store. Number one, we have our products are quality products, and they cost less in most instances than you would pay by going to an over-the-counter location or even other online locations like Amazon. I'll give you a good example. We have no ladies here, so other than Jim, I know nobody cares what their face looks like, but we have face masks that the women love to put on to get rid of all the lines in their face, make their face look better, okay? And so these face masks, Kimberly was telling us they cost over $25 or $20 to $25 over the counter. We sell them for $2. But a second thing is, yeah, I know, Julian, that's sort of not surprising, really, when you think about the markup, especially on beauty products. But another one is the getting rid of the lines on your face. We have identical product to what they have on Amazon. Ours costs $4.99, and Amazon, the product costs $67, plus you pay for shipping. With us, there it is. It's the Genesis Solutions line-free lift, okay? $4.99. Now, the point is, if you buy one bottle of Genesis Solutions line-free lift, and you buy a box of face masks, okay, which costs $25, now you spend $30, but you apply your gift tokens, you still get free delivery. So what are you doing? Basically, one, you're saving money, because there are 5 aspects to financial fitness that we learned here on IBM TV. Save your money, save money, because when you save money, you can cover all your expenses, and you're still going to have money left over to invest. And when you have money left over to invest, you can pay your taxes. And finally, when you pay your taxes, you can pay forward. But the good news is, by shopping at our online store, you're doing 2 things at once. You're saving money, but in addition, you're paying forward, because you're giving to Money Masters PBS and supporting the mission. So I believe that's Ian Kidd backstage. He's going through a lot of the products that we have. You know, if you got kids in college or friends who have kids in college, have them basically shop at the store because they get these the dried food delivered to them. We can't deliver things like peaches or apples or ice cream, which Kimberly would like us to deliver. And I will say that we don't have the dark chocolate Snickers yet, but they may be coming, because we know they're some of her favorites. But when you get on and you shop, you're basically saving money. You're getting products that are usable. We have CBD products, lots of CBD products. If you have, and I'm looking for my props here, I thought Jim was going to find it faster than I did, but we have CBD patches with lidocaine in them. Now, they're fantastic if you have a bad back, because I know people who use them and they don't have pain in their back anymore. But if you're a chess player, think of the fact that it's really, you're going to get tendonitis in your arm by moving those chess pieces around. So put the CBD patches on your arm. And if you're like Jim, who has a mental block against playing chess with Sasha, he knows he's going to have pain ahead of time. He just puts it on his head ahead of time. Now, I'm going to suggest that Bill who's got to go to listen to all these politicians.
Oh yeah.
That is truly painful. Bill, you need the CBD patches, because I want to tell you, and we should send you boxes and boxes and boxes of those, because there's got to be significant pain in listening to politicians.
But Lynn, can you ship to the DC?
We definitely ship to DC.
Okay.
Absolutely. We ship all over the United States. Now, unfortunately, with Alex and Ben, we can't ship to Great Britain, but you folks, or to Julian, I guess, who just left, we can't ship to Canada. Well, we could, but as Julian knows, my daughter lives in Toronto. We've tried to ship there. Border Patrol holds it up. I don't think they like anything from the United States right now. So
they don't like me.
No, well.
Yeah, they don't like you at all.
Yeah,
but points, and that was actually me backstage running some of the items and everything, because I was able to have Ankit let me have control of a little bit of showing what was going on, and he kicked it off since he's actually in charge before I could get to the cookies. So I don't think y'all saw the cookies, but I was going for the cookies because y'all know I'm the cookie monster. I need to go order some more cookies from you, Lynn, because I do know I need those cookies. And the cookies should also help Bill, because you're right, we need some sort of relief when dealing with those politicians. So between the CBD patch and the cookies for relief, I think you'll be in good shape with the politicians. So,
well, actually, I was wondering about that, because as soon as I wrapped my head up in multiple patches, and then ate all of Mark's cookies, I was wondering what my Washington reports would end up looking like.
Well, I tell you what, they would look a lot better if you had an Eagles helmet in the background rather than a Green Bay Packer and a Buffalo Bill.
He's got a Giants one, Lynn.
Right. I'm jumping in here. 49ers, Bill. Come on, 49ers.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. What does an English person know about American football? He's rooting for the 49ers? How did you become a 49ers fan?
Because
let's not interrupt Lynn's talk, okay? Because he hasn't even gotten to the best part.
Oh, Bill.
Oh, come on, Bill. The 49ers. Well, anyway, we want you all. Oops. Oh, I got them upside down. Right. We want you all to join the club. This is a club started by Kimberly Calhoun. It's called the Minion Napkin Club. I'm actually afraid of opening mine, because then when I start using them, I might fall out of the club. So I'm just going to keep the pack and go buy some more. But join the club, because everybody should be part of the Minion Napkin Club. And Bill, I'm going to let you today be the person who determines, have I said it all or not?
No, actually, I was curious about a couple of things. And Mark, I'll need an assist from you. Can you put the Dollar Store website back up? Because Lynn, I think you forgot. That's exactly. I think you forgot about the food products as well.
Ramen.
And one thing I do want to add for all of our viewers. These items are inexpensive, but they are not cheap. They are brand products, and
exactly.
There you go.
Yeah. So Bill, keep going, because you're doing really well. I think I might pick you over Jim the next time.
No, because Jim relates to many more people, you see, on Jim's level. So just keep it.
What is this level that we're talking about? I'm sure now, since the presentation is done, and we will show a couple of more of the items, because I know that there's also baby products and a number of other things that folks can see. So if those are watching that might be in that age where they're having kids and things of that nature, there are baby products that are there, such as this and Johnson products and name brand products. That's one of the things we talk about, is that there are name brand products of all sorts. So definitely got stuff to reach all age ranges. So there are name brand products, and there are also business products, because I do know that I bought like some things that have to do with business, whether that's pens, whether that's notebook paper or things of that nature. But there's some very basic business supplies that every businessman needs. So definitely the wide range of categories exist, and you will find many things at the Dollar Store. So I know that we are glad to have Lynn as part of our team, and he just does an amazing job. So I do want to thank Lynn for being the sponsor
Bill's
of
trying to
the
get in,
great
Mark.
work that we are doing here.
Mark.
Alex is trying to say something, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
No.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Alex. You're our guest.
I was going to say, you guys are doing a fantastic job, but wouldn't it be better if you had a really nice English accent to sell those things? I mean, you can't ask Ben because he'd be like, "Yeah, you need to go to the dollar store because you can buy your baby oil." But if you had someone like, "Hello, and
Sean
welcome
Connery?
to the dollar." Welcome to the dollar store. No, you need someone that can talk. Welcome to the dollar store. We sell Johnson's baby oil. Just $2.50.
Alex, if I'm hearing you correctly, and we can have this conversation both online and offline, I think that you could do that job. So, Lynn, what do you think? You think that he's up for the job? Because I'm thinking that he could do the job. So, Alex, are you available?
Well, maybe what we ought to do is have Alex and Ben do the whole commercial the next time, and we'll just sit on the sidelines.
And they'll say, we can't get these products, but you guys can in the United States.
If you posted out 2 lots of Minions napkins, we'd be in. That's all we want. That's all me and Alex want is the Minion napkins.
Yeah. That's all good. Budget anyway. So all they want is the Minion napkins to be shipped. Now, we've done a great presentation, and thank you so much, Lynn, for being the proud sponsor of the IBM TV network, because you've just done a great job, and we're glad to have you on our team. So I just want to thank you personally as one of the hosts. I know Jim also hosts a number of shows as well. So I just wanted to thank you for doing this great work in terms of being a supporter of the IBM TV network. Now, I do have to get back to a serious topic, which is back to Ben, which is I'm still trying to figure out why you're a 49ers fan. So please explain to me why you are a 49ers fan.
When I was young, years ago, you had Montana and Rice. That was what started me off. Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. And then Steve Young came in. Yeah. And then the 49ers ended up becoming what they were until about 18 months ago. And then, of course, the big turnaround 18 months ago. They went through all the college. And actually, I'll bring it back to the conversation because I do really want to hear what Jim has to say about last night's protest, actually. But, of course, one of the things that started off was Colin, however you Americans say, Kaepernick.
You stole my thunder. Oh,
no, Jim, actually, it's a great link. Mark didn't even know that link. But, Jim, back to the serious conversation now. Did that protest from Colin Kaepernick have much more of an impact than yesterday's? And then I know you're going to go into what you were going to say. So,
no, that's a perfect lead-in. But Bill, you had your hand up earlier. I defer to you until I can lash out at Ben.
Okay. Well, then, if I'm the filler act, certainly. I think this, Ben. I think you make an excellent point because oftentimes we have to put things in context. And remember, it was just. In terms of at least our history, it was merely a moment ago when Colin Kaepernick took a knee and Donald Trump politicized it, again, wrapping himself in the flag and divided a nation. Now we fast forward and then suddenly we have basketball teams and baseball teams leaving the field. And yet we don't see that same kind of Donald Trump's not chiming in with that same kind of division. It's a very, very interesting study in terms of how far we've come from, the knee, the kneeling with Colin Kaepernick. And quite frankly, I'm amazed that kind of progress has turned. Jim?
Well, you guys are both stealing my thunder because, I was going to bring up Colin Kaepernick because he not only knelt and about police brutality and not about the American flag, for one. And he wasn't just punished in public by Donald Trump, but he was barred from the league, although allegedly barred from the league. So, there are consequences for individuals taking action, even though the action, most of Americans probably, if they were told what his real reason for kneeling was, they would agree with him. But the idea of all the players kneeling and then playing the game wouldn't make the point that not playing the game does. And Trump can't lash out at him because the owners who are Trump supporters are in between him and the players now. So this is where Trump's hands are tied. He can't play this race card as he would likely do if the owners, the white owners, weren't the barrier between them. And what the canceling of the league, the playoffs, is about is taking not only money away from the players, but hurting the owners. It's hurting all the Americans betting on these games, and it's hurting a lot of people. It's getting massive attention that taking a knee does not. And so, and what they're doing, if you had listened to Doc Rivers and his speech after the game, he was saying, you know, I want to be a coach. I don't want to be a black coach. You know, and so he had a very eloquent and moving speech. And all the players that walked off the court got time in front of the microphone on ESPN, on other major broadcast networks, which they didn't when they just knelt. So they had a powerful message. It was broadcast through media to more people than would have been reached by a kneel. And I just think that this has to get everyone's attention. What's going on with race in the United States cannot be swept under the rug. And what we have now going on is video cameras capturing what Black Americans have been seeing for a century. And so now we see what they see. And all of a sudden we're going, wow. And the people are protesting. Most of the protests are very peaceful when they take to the streets. And yes, there are some people that are, you know, looting and smashing windows and lighting fires. Yes, that's true. But the massive amount of protesters are peaceful protesters. And I will also go on, I know I'm going on a rant, but I'll also go on and say that during the Obama administration, we had armed military people in front of a state house protecting the state house. And no one heard about it because that's all they were doing. They weren't taking to the street with unmarked, without their marks of their national affiliations on them at all. And they were marching into the streets, not protecting the state building. And the riots and protests that followed that was amazing. And just yesterday we had video of a cop shooting a black man 7 times in the back, and a video of a white man shooting people with an AK-15 and walking away with his hands up, and the police didn't even stop him. So this is really what's going on, and canceling a basketball game is a small price to pay. Sorry to take your entertainment away.
No, I understand. The thing is, Jim, we're coming from the same side. It's just about the impact of the protest that we're discussing here. Yeah. And it's only because of the passion of us that we want the situation sorted that we're having a discussion like this. But the thing I will ask now is that we're still talking about the Kaepernick knee now, and it's probably more powerful now than when he did it because of all the protests that are going on. In the future, will these protests be as strong as you're saying they are now?
Well, I can't answer for the future.
Yeah, I can't speak for the future, but I think that they will continue to be powerful. One thing, and I want to get back to Bill because I saw Bill had his hand up and Julian, but Bill has behind him the figure of a very powerful figure in our history that I think sometimes is misunderstood because he was actually very much talking about race relations even during his day, and he grew in terms of his development, in terms of the way that he viewed even the world population. And yes, I am talking about Malcolm X, who I noticed was behind you and everything. So I just wanted to know if you could even put it in the context of that Malcolm X portrait, because I'm actually a big fan of Malcolm X, and I do know that he grew even in his thoughts about race relations, and I think that's probably why you got his picture in the back. But definitely make a point, and then also if I can get you to elaborate on Malcolm.
Okay, well, actually, I was just going to say that, you know, I think it's unclear about whether or not there will be a lasting impact with these protests. I mean, generally, we've seen historically that they move along, and then at some point in time, there are some accommodations, and then it goes back to a dull roar, and it's just under the surface until there's another intervening event. So I'm not sure. However, in the larger context, it's clear to me that given the other things that we are currently facing worldwide, more particularly here in the United States, with the confluence of the pandemic, the economic crisis, and now the racial unrest, that this might contribute to what may be a fundamental shift in how we're moving forward. We always talk about and refer to the Industrial Revolution as a pivot point in the development of the United States. We later on talked about the Information Age as a pivot point in the history of the United States. And I'm beginning to seriously consider whether or not now is one of those points in American history where three things are so present that they are beginning to change, what we think of collectively here in society and what kind of action we're going to take in the future. And I say that because, Julian, I do want your input on that. But Mark, and I'll be quite brief with Malcolm X. I want to begin with just this one thing. The most popular picture, or the known picture of Malcolm X, is him with a gun peeking out a window with the byline, "By any means necessary." Now, certainly it's a powerful picture in and of itself, and it hits the emotions. However, what most people fail to realize is that that is part of a longer statement by Malcolm X, in which he declared that I believe in action, any kind of action, as long as it is intelligently directed and designed to get results. And yes, I believe in that by any means necessary. Now, when you consider the larger context of that by any means necessary, it changes the entire message that Malcolm X was trying to send. And Mark, you're right. Malcolm X went through a development, and part of that was nationalism, then to globalism, which is what it seems to me. It's one of those areas that we're now in. We are looking at the world from a nationalistic point of view. And Ben, I don't mean in the sense that you declared it, in that like it's exclusionary to being proud of where you're from. I rather mean it to be defensive. That is, I have to have mine, therefore you can't have yours. It's an either or, rather than what you were talking about in terms of nationalism, which is a we together. Now, Malcolm X eventually, before his untimely death, ended up in that spot, which was a we together. And again, it was through well, as long as the any means is intelligently directed. And I think today with the protests, that is ultimately what they're trying to get to. The protests are designed for the most part, and as Jim alluded to, there is a small cadre of people that come in, and Ben, as you alluded to a couple of weeks ago, that just kind of hijack the message. And Ben, if you could comment on that again. But it is the majority of them try to make sure that it's intelligently directed and designed to get results. So having said that, Julian, Ben, Alex, I'm sorry, and Mark, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I do have to do one quick introduction. I know Julian's got some points to make. Jim's got some points to make. I actually, if Anchor will let me, I wanted to play the tape of my schoolmate Doc Rivers, and I've got the shared screen. So hopefully we'll play that and folks will hear what we've been talking about. And but definitely we got Jeff down there, and Jeff is the host of Weed Wednesday. So I wanted to greet Jeff as well. Jeff Eachin, he's definitely part of our family and has definitely done some great jobs. He's actually helped get some folks out of prison because of nonviolent crimes and all of that. So we know that a lot of folks are sitting in prison that do not need to be in prison because of the crimes that they committed, and they were not things that are prison worthy in any of our opinions. I think I can say that fairly. So definitely I want to greet you as one of our panelists, Jeff, and I know that you're here, and we're going up till the 3 o'clock hour, and then we'll have the gamers den, well, the 1 o'clock hour. I was looking at the clock all wrong, but the 1 o'clock hour, and then we'll have the gamers den at that time. But that being said, I'm turning it over to you, Julian.
If I can come in first, sorry, Mark, just
no
to
problem. You said you had the jet, so I should toss it to you first, Ben. Okay. So Ben, go take it to you.
The thing is, Bill, Jim, we all have difference of opinions, but we're all aiming in the right direction. And you're right. Why can't we all enjoy each other? Why can't we enjoy each other's learnings? Why can't we all be as one? Why can't we? And again, I always say this on this channel, we talk to the converted because we are. That's why we're here. We love each other to bits. We love it learning from each other. We love listening to different things. But as Bill says, the messages get hijacked by people who want to cause division, want to, you know, like you said, Bill, be proud of where you're from, but include others in that. You know, I love conversations with Ankit about cricket. I've spoke to him. I love the way that the Indians go there on their scooters, and if I've seen pictures from helicopters of the ground where all the scooters are absolutely thousands of them, and you know, and yet in Birmingham we have problems getting to the ground through our road system because of the cars. So, you know, I speak to Anki how that works, how you get thousands of people in the ground for 11 o'clock in the morning. Why can't we be like that? Why can't we talk to each other with comfort about their culture and why, you know, for example, how we can benefit from our cultures? It's like Jim with the food. Jim loves food. He loves talking about the food from different areas. Why can't we, you know, it does, but it makes your taste buds better, you know, and things like that. Why can't we, all right, Jim needs to understand that you can't get probably the best food is get it in that country specifically, but, you know, that's another part of it. Why can't we embrace that? Why do we have to say, oh, you're from the States, you must do this? No, you know what.
That's why I do what I do with USUC, in all honesty, and it's about building bridges over the Atlantic. You know, it's about creating relationships with people that live in a completely different universe. We may speak the same language, but it's not spoken in the same way. Absolutely, Ben. I agree.
It is. Good afternoon, Mr. Nick. How are
Not
we?
so fast. Not so fast, my lovey-dovey friend from Great Britain. Okay.
He's got to go. He's already said he knew he could sense you were coming.
There's two of us today. Two of us today.
We have two people. One is great and one is from Britain.
Oh, we have two people from Great Britain now?
Yes.
Alex is also from London.
2-on-1, Nick.
Oh, no. Not so fast, my
Great
Britain overlords.
Hey, Nick, not only do we have 2-on-1, but as I was telling them when I jumped on the conversation, we had a gentleman on the online dinner party yesterday from originally from Watts, but he's now living in Las Vegas and is on his way to move to New Jersey. But he's actually arguing that we join the Commonwealth. So there's even folks here in America that are arguing that we join the Commonwealth. So definitely we've got all kinds of folks that are trying to corrupt your viewpoint, Nick. So I hate to tell you that, but he actually said that.
Oh, Lord, are you kidding me? Going back to Great Britain, I can't even handle that. I got to go. I can't stand that anymore. I'm leaving.
Hey, Jeff, you got your hand
We
up.
chased Nick away. That's a first. Hey, Julian, let's hear what you got to say, because Julian was in and Jeff's got some comment, but Julian was first.
Oh, yeah. So just before we move on, so my response to the previous point. So in terms of the protesting in sports, I think that just like what Jim was describing, it's a good strategy because worst case scenario, it doesn't really hurt anyone. It's almost the equivalent of taking a kid's toy away to not let them watch their favorite sport. So whether or not, you know, you agree with the ideas behind it, at least we can all agree that it's not really hurting anyone, to say the least. So, you know, it's not the worst way that someone can get their idea across. And then in terms of how the, I guess you could say, structure of society is being impacted by new presences and how this could impact the voting demographics. This goes back to what I was describing before in terms of just our own biological progression, our conception of the explorative nature versus the stabilized nature, and how these two things actually, they find balance in human personality, and some people will be more on either side and other people will be more on the others, and that's how we ultimately balance each other. And then we're having this new kind of revolution which is coming in, like Bill was describing, after, you know, the Industrial Revolution and things like this. Since we have the information age, we're moving into the biological age, we basically have to begin taking account of how this changes the shape of, I guess you could say, the graph theory that constitutes the electoral system, because now, you know, there are echo chambers, and it's easy for an ideology to just explode in an echo chamber and then influence many people's votes.
Wow.
Appreciate you. Jeff, did you have something you wanted to add to us?
This just in from the NBA agreed to resume play, and the Lakers and the Clippers resume play this weekend, and they're going to be sure that their show and their place and their position as stewards of information, especially with the majority of NBA players being black. I see hockey is still out there, and hockey majority is white, and it really doesn't matter. But my point is that as superstars and as leaders, as not millionaires but billionaires, but these people that are in control of our fun, of bringing our children to a game before we got games shut down, they need Not they can or they will or they won't. They need to use their position in the media to be able to speak up and to speak up clearly and have one voice that doesn't waver or blame one side or the other. We have to act like Gandhi. We have to remember that right now, Oprah, the Dalai Lama, and Deepak are silent in the mainstream public. They're doing their work behind the scenes, but you haven't seen them. So I'm very disappointed in the Dalai and in Deepak and in Oprah for their ability to bring the spiritual aspect to what we're dealing with right now and to say that enough is enough. And that's what the players have said. The players have said enough is enough. And so just right now on my TV, I pointed my laptop over to the TV a few seconds ago. The sports television has said on CBS that they're resuming play, that they decided, not that they were wrong, they just, the shock is important. That's what that's what either extreme do. They try to shock you. And it's not a conspiracy that there's implants, put in to break windows and to make, peaceful, protests look bad. But who's to know all that stuff? It's just we have to get back to the golden rule and to a Gandhi-like mentality of cleaning things up. Enough is what LeBron was saying. And so it makes me happy because I live alone and sports are very entertaining to me and take time up. Instead of smoking a cigarette, which I know killed my friend a few months ago, who was a brilliant soul, I watch sports.
Appreciate that. And that was a great comment that you made and everything. And by the way, I just wanted to let folks know in full disclosure and everything, I actually went to school with Doc Rivers. We were at Marquette together. His friend, his roommate and my roommate were best friends. So I'm definitely a big time fan of Doc Rivers. We've actually lost touch in terms of keeping in touch with each other, but I do still keep in touch to some degree with Ruben Anthony, his roommate, and followed his career. Was glad when he won the Celtics role and everything. So was definitely glad to see him in that role and glad to see him having a successful NBA career. But I do know he's been passionate all his life about being involved in issues around justice and things of that nature. What a lot of folks don't remember is that during the time that we were in school, there was another police violence case. It was the Ernest Lacey case, and he doesn't allude to that. He does talk about his dad being a police officer and things of that nature. But during that time that we were in school, that incident happened in the early 80s. And I remember a lot of protests being involved, Howard Fuller being involved in that, who is one of my mentors and things of that nature. So this is an issue that has been around for a while, but I would like folks to hear what Doc said and the comments that he made. So that's what I'm here to play right now.
Against Luka tonight, you guys did a bit of trapping on the sidelines and above the arc. Wanted to ask what went into that decision and how you thought that went.
I thought it went well. I mean, we it's just overall the intensity defensively was so much more attentive. Through the series, we've made just a lot of game plan mistakes with our switching, with our trapping. We actually did trap them in games previous. It was just so poor. It was hard to notice. I thought Rex and Ty, Luke, both of them just did a terrific job, just game planning and mixing it up. We didn't just have one coverage, which I thought was important. I just thought we played harder and we played right and we played with a great spirit.
Next is
Hey Doc, Paul just said in the post-game interview that he was in a pretty dark place these last 3 games and having trouble adjusting to the environment of no fans in the game. I was wondering, did you notice that? Did you see any of that? And also, you said you would comment about the Jacob Blake situation, how you truly felt about it after the game.
Yeah, this is not a normal environment. Okay, it just isn't. But it's good. The NBA has done a terrific job. But Lou made a great point. You lose a lot of games, and the game the other night was tough. Usually you go home to your family. You go home. Here you go back to your rooms, and you're with each other, and then you actually see the other teams. And it's just a strange thing, man. I tell you, it's just different. And I thought our guys were great, though. PG and I sat in my room after the game, and we just had a long talk. Not all about basketball, really. And, you know, several players did it. Guys were knocking on his door. You know, this team's, you know, we're growing still. You can see it. We've not had the normal time together like most teams. And so, like, things like that, they happen. And I thought our guys are just proud of all the players. As far as the other situation, it's just so sad. You know, what stands out to me is just watching the Republican convention, and they're spewing this fear, right? Like, all you hear is Donald Trump and all of them talking about fear. We're the ones getting killed. We're the ones getting shot. We're the ones that we're denied to live in certain communities. We've been hung, we've been shot, and all you do is keep hearing about fear. It's amazing to me why we keep loving this country, and this country does not love us back. And it's really so sad.
Oops, hold on.
Well, I think there you have it. I mean, in a way, I mean, that just sums it up. The Trump campaign about fear and tribalism and a return to the dark ages versus an attempt at trying to solve the problem and moving forward. Anybody else have thoughts?
But I think I'm not sure about US, but in India, it looks like that Trump is having an upper hand as compared to the other side of the story. But I think what we see on the US mainstream media is more about fear, and he's not talking about the mainstream points. He just, playing it around with different discussions, which is not leading to the important discussions of unemployment and COVID and all those crises which US is suffering from right now. And that's what happening on Fox News right now. I mean, they're discussing that why Trump didn't discuss about the unemployment and other issues on the RNC a couple of days back. So that's the story from India, but I'm not sure what's happening in US.
Yeah, like I said, I just thank you, Bill, for mentioning that and everything. But like I said, every time I hear that quote from Doc, and there's more of it that we could have played and everything, but it just moves me every time. And like I said, I remember Doc as a young man. I was a teenager at the same time that he was a teenager. So I've seen his growth, just like I've grown as a man as well. I've seen his growth as an individual. So like I said, that was just a very powerful statement that he made. And I'm just proud of him as a individual. Like I said, not just because we are fellow alumni of Marquette, but definitely I'm glad that he's not afraid to express and stand up for things that he's compassionate about. We saw that even when Steve Ballmer came in as the CEO of the Clippers. So it's something that is part of his nature and part of his given, and just part of the way he is as a person. That's the way I feel about Doc. And like I said, at some point I'm gonna reach out to him, and hopefully we'll have some more direct contact. But I've always been an admirer of Doc Rivers, and I thought that he did a powerful job of sharing his statements.
Alex?
And I think Alex needs to say something. Alex?
Yeah, okay. So I just want to add the fact that, look, I'm not a religious guy, not at all. I have this thing that I developed by myself. It's a metaphorical sense of karma, okay? And I believe that if you are a guy that acts like a snake, you'll always be remembered as a snake. Right? If you're something brave like an eagle, if you help people and you know someone strong or something strong, you'll always be remembered as something strong. Now, whether it comes to hard right or hard left, your beliefs on human beings and where they stand in your belief system, whether you're Marvel or whether you're DC, whether you're Oasis or Blur, or whether you're the Beatles or the Rolling Stones, just be nice. just be decent. Remember that whatever color skin we've got, whatever religion we believe in, or whatever country we come from, we're all human beings. And this has been my point throughout the whole thing. Very, very cleverly, I'm talking about Marvel and DC. But what I really mean is be nice. Doesn't matter what you watch. It doesn't matter what you believe in or who you vote for. Be nice. That's it. It's
Alex, you bring up a very valid point. I know we're going to go into the Gamers Den and all of that, but that point that you make is one, and I brought it up on this show before. I brought it up a number of times, whether it's been the shows that I do or whether it's this roundtable or whatever. But when it comes to the basic views of religion, the basic views of like morality tales, which is also kind of what cartoons are, and the comic books and everything, the basic rule is the same across the line. It is to be nice. It's to basically love your neighbor. It's a couple of very basic rules that are the basic rules of humanity. And I do wish, like you, Alex, that we would see more of that happening in society, because the basic rules that is across the board. I don't care what your religious beliefs are. I don't care what your orientations are. I don't care what things around life that you are about. The basic rules of society are the same across the board. And that is one of those things that I am a big fan of, the golden rule. And I think that it's one that exists in all of our ways of describing ourselves and all our ways of trying to govern our life. Unfortunately, there's a lot of folks that don't like to practice that. And I wish that more of them would. I mean, you're going to have some evil folks in the world and they're not going to do whatever they're going to do in the way of righteousness. But I think that most of us are about righteousness and about trying to be equal and fair. So that's what I was going to say about that. But I thoroughly agree with you, Alex, that it's the basic rule is the same. So I think that it's almost time for the Gamers Den. And if there's like a whole panel of folks and everything, I'll do a quick introduction when Ankit brings that up, and we'll get into some discussion about games, because you were talking about Marvel versus DC, and Marvel versus DC is also something that gamers talk about. So I don't know where Jacoby's at, but I'm sure he's going to pull up at some point or another. But until he gets here, I'm going to bring up who we've got for the Gamers Den.
So Mark, before we end up, I think Alex needs to leave. Thank you, Alex. Thanks for joining us today, and amazing conversation. And we would love to host you again. And let's get started.
Yeah, I'd love to join you guys again. You've been great chatting to you guys. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, Alex.
Nice to meet you guys. See you, gents.
Yeah, show Alex Weed Wednesdays.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Just get in touch, everybody. Get in touch. My name's here. Just drop me a line. Okay, Alex Whiteley, find me on Facebook. Drop me a message. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, cheers.
And I think it's time for Gamers Den. Before we start, I have to play an intro. So that's Gamers first, and then I would like to invite Jim Mays back on the show, and then we have Jacoby joining us. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing?
How's everybody doing today?
Everybody's doing good.
How are you?
I think we got an engaging conversation. I know I got to bring some stuff up, but first I'm going to get around to the quick panel discussions. We've got our mastermind, or one of the three masterminds of IBM TV, that being Ankit. He's part of the great leadership team that we have here. Of course, Kim and Nick, who popped into our last show, are the primary leaders, but Ankit, I consider him part of our great leadership team as well. So Ankit is coming at us all the way from India. So I definitely appreciate Ankit being on the show and sharing his knowledge with us. So in addition to Ankit, we've got some other great guests. We've also got to my other side, and I'll come around to who I am. We've got Jeff Egan. He is the master of Weed Wednesday and has freed a number of prisoners around, but he is also one that knows a little bit about the gaming industry and has some thoughts around it. And then we've got Julian. Julian definitely knows about games and the ways that games can even impact our brains and our development of thought and patterns and things of that nature. So definitely I know that Julian is a gamer and definitely is enjoyed in that field. So glad to have Julian on with us. And then we've got Jim Eade. He is known for his chess without borders. He has occasionally played some video games and things of that nature, but he is learning more about it as we're doing it on the Gamers Den. And then we've got my longtime friend from right here in Durham, Jacoby McDuffie, and he has been involved in everything from baseball commentating to, of course, being a master of the game industry with his own game company. So we are definitely glad to have Jacoby with us to share his knowledge, and he's definitely going to talk a lot about things that are going on that line. And of course, I'm Mark Lee. I've got a number of shows right here and produce a number of shows as well. And then I have used to, back in the day, play some of those simple games like Pac-Man and some of the early versions, but have not got into the newer games. I was too busy playing Words with Friends and other things that are not really games in terms of the ways that you gamers play them, because there's not a lot of the kind of actions, in my opinion. But there's the old school, and I guess I'm an old school gamer, so but still love the new games. So I'm going to turn things over to Jacoby to some degree, because I know that the last time we were here, we did not talk about a survey that he was doing or like some sort of poll that he had going on. So I don't know if he wants to comment on that, because he had done a little bit of study about that and had put out some information about the gaming industry to some of the gaming folks, or maybe it was about politics, but I do remember that he had this survey going so on. So I'd like to hear him talk about that.
So yes, I did put out a survey asking some of the gamers a little bit of information, because we had that long discussion about Tencent and TikTok being banned and everything else. So I did put out the that survey. I was actually trying to pull it up. Marky dropped that on me really fast.
Hey, no rush. Yeah, you can take your time.
Straight to that one. There we go.
Welcome to live TV.
But some of it, because I asked 3 very open-ended questions because I just wanted them to talk. Basically, I just asked, what are your views of things going on today? Do you feel that games can influence your political views? As a gamer, if you had an opportunity to ask or tell someone in government anything, what would it be? So yeah, 3 very open-ended questions. Nothing heavy-handed, but yes, I got responses from everything is bad, and I cannot use that word on there. The chaos to very troubling for the first couple of answers. Some people said kind of mixed up, involving the whole COVID pandemic. I feel like things are being handled pretty well by the government, a lot of things, and it goes on a long diatribe on that. On the, do you feel games can influence your political views? For the most part, I got, I guess probably not though. I can't even vote yet. Rarely. Heck no. Yes, I think they can, if the president would say that violent games don't cause bad habits. No, not at all, unless someone holds a government role is portrayed in a game in a positive or negative way. More random ones similar to that. But the fun one was, as a gamer, if you had an opportunity to ask or tell someone in government anything, what would it be? The majority, and the vast majority of them, were stay away from video games. Where was it? There was
one, in other words.
There was one that actually was very interesting. There was one that said, where is it? There were a couple. I would ask someone to finally put a stop to the whole games cause violence debate by doing extensive tests and experiments. Actually, I thought that was interesting because that shows that a lot of people don't realize that a lot of these gaming companies do actually have the tests and experiments that they do on their games that they do release. So they do a lot of background on that. One was talking about how video games aren't evil. They are seen as something that is bad, but they can help so many people. It can help with depression, anxiety, etc. And that also is very true because, especially in this day and age, we're all looking for an escape. We're all looking for ways to take us to a different place. And that's what happens with a lot of these gamers, is that's their escape. And we get caught up in, okay, well, they're shooting people or they're not really trying to do this or do that, and it's not positive, and it's not, well, for the most part, a lot of people, for a lot of people, it is. It does help.
You know, and I'd like to interject and just throw something in there. So the work by this really prominent social scientist named Jonathan Haidt has basically shown that human beings are what could be described as anti-fragile, where what this term basically means is that the more you pummel us, the stronger we actually get. So it's not like, you know, like a plastic where it just stays the same and it's durable. To be anti-fragile is actually a case where the thing gets stronger. And according to the science, it seems that we as people actually become better whenever we're exposed to challenges. And there have been, you know, political, I guess, movements to reduce the numbers of those challenges. A lot of the time it's been out of fear. And many people say that video games are one of the last few bastions where you can just be dropped into a completely competitive environment and you can just, you know, basically be subjected to what some could consider as rigorous training exercises, or at least to, you know, a bit of resistance, a bit of conflict that will allow you to, you know, get your footing and become a more well-rounded individual. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's true. It is true because it's the same thing. Sports themselves can make you a well-rounded individual. Like you were saying, any challenge, chess, checkers, even the competition to improve your mind is all it boils down to. And we just have to think of it in a different light than it's just a waste of time staring at a screen. So yes, I mean, games themselves, anything you can get wrapped up in, it definitely improves you as an individual. Well, you know, for not sans the extreme examples of, you know,
right,
addicted to something, but yes, getting caught up in something that can improve your imagination, reading books,
and your resiliency.
Yeah. So yes, it can definitely help improve you and round you out and make you a well-rounded person.
So I understand we're going to try something unique today. I understand we're actually going to try to play a game or a video game online. So I'm looking forward to this, and Toby's going to be kind of the mastermind of this. I know that we had our trivia version, so we've tried one game before with the online dinner party mystery guest, and I revealed the mystery guest yesterday. So we had our trivia game, and that went well, I think, even though not as much engagement. I've got to find a way through Twitch or some other sources to get the trivia community involved. But we've had at least one attempt at a game, and actually we did have some folks going on, and now we're going to see what Jacoby pulls off.
Well, right now, just got a few technical difficulties trying to make sure that the screen, the sharing of the screen works. So right now,
the problem is that if you are sharing from Twitch, you have to enable the cam and mic because that is causing a problem, or else you can try from browser.
Oh well, that's what I was doing, was sharing it from the browser. Camera or mic.
If you right click the browser on the top of it, there is an option called enable your cam and mic. Because that's what it is. I mean, it says device not connected. I can see it backstage, but it's not working. On the other hand, I would like to know that who is popular in the gaming industry. Trump is more popular or Biden is more popular? Because I think I've seen a lot of games on Trump, but I haven't seen one on Biden.
Well, in terms
he's not president yet.
Yeah. So you mean in terms of being in a game, or talking about in the gaming industry?
As a character, Trump is easily available on all the gaming platforms as compared to the other counterparts.
So
I guess if I'm hearing you correctly, Ankit is saying that he's seeing some characters in various video games that have Trump as a character, and there's no Biden character. So he wanted to know about that.
So
and that's a self-promotion basically. That's
So-
also part of promotion election campaigns nowadays, because if you want to target the young media and the young person who play a lot of games, and then if you have a character as the president, that definitely adds a value to it.
So the reason that is,
That's a good point.
the reason that is he has always been in entertainment. He has always been seen as a clown. So putting a clown in the game isn't going to, isn't out of the ordinary. He's been in pop culture forever, but he's, again, always been seen as a clown and this joke. So he's in tons of games because he's depicted like the big inflatable Trump baby. So those characters are always going to be in there. For Biden isn't seen as a clown or a joke. Biden is seen as actually a respectable individual that people can actually relate to. He's seen as somebody that you want to talk to and you have an opportunity to relate with. It's hard to pull that off in a video game.
But Ankit is talking about screen time.
But
screen time influences people. They're copycats. The kids don't know any different. When they see so much Trump and no Biden, they're going to go and vote Trump when they're 18.
Yes, he has a fan base, and there's nothing. There's not really much you can do about that, because how are you going to depict Biden in the video game? How are you?
I have a theory. I have an idea because I just popped up my head.
Because if you see, it's like how many. If he is a respected individual, because you're not going to see Obama in President Obama is not in a ton of video games. Neither was Clinton.
Right, but it's time that we give screen time to Biden if it's going to change the minds of a lot of people.
But that's not changing the mind. Because if you depict him as a clown and a character that you're attacking the whole time, that's not making me a person that wants to vote for him.
But they don't show him as negative in all the games. They let him come out as a figurehead, and that figurehead gets mind blasted into these kids' minds. They don't know how to filter that out.
But again, we have to. The only way, because it goes back to, you can throw a character in a game, but that's not really what's changing the minds. You can give the same equal screen time. That's not what's going to change the minds. You have to educate the individual on those people or on those individuals in that game. From having Trump in the video game isn't it. Again, he's seen as a clown. He rode in on a wave of white nationalism, white supremacy, and all the white angst that is out there. That's the wave he rode in on. It's not the fact that he rode in because he was this pop culture mentality. He had a fan base from that, but not to the extent that would win a political election. The reason he won is because of the fact he rode in on that white angst and that white anger that people felt that, these Hispanic individuals are coming into our country and taking our jobs. Those individuals on SNAP programs are taking my tax dollars, which I could make more money and be in a bigger house. All lies and all angst that was built up in our society and that's been there. It's not the fact that he's on TV. It was the fact that he wrote in, he found the 2016 and trying to push again on the 2020 version of the Southern strategy. That's what.
Yes. Right. No, that makes a lot of sense. Great point, Jacoby and everything. One thing I was just curious, I don't know the answer to this, and sometimes I ask questions I don't know the answers to. But in terms of video games and things of that nature, it comes back to something that Jeff was talking about. A lot of times the TVs will try to give both sides time, and I don't know if there's any form of advertising that exists on those video games, and if so, do you personally think that that's a way that both sides could be addressed, that you might give some side on video games ads if there are such a thing, to both sides of the political spectrum. So I don't know if that exists here in the U.S. or globally, or could it exist?
So there are ads that happen. There is that political discourse. For example, I told you guys that Fortnite does a phenomenal job of it. They're tied up in their issue right now with the whole free Fortnite because they're going into a battle with both Apple and Google. But again, there is that time there, and companies are beginning to take more advantage of using video games to try and get across a political message. But we as a society, the problem that we have in our society is the fact that we try and do this whole both sides thing. It is a true false equivalence. Having somebody as a white nationalist telling me that I'm a bad person, that's not a two sides thing.
Right.
Having a group of individuals marching, yelling blood and soil in Charlottesville and actually killing an individual, it's not a both sides have good people. No, you cannot compare. Don't get me wrong. People get mad at, for example, Antifa. It stands for anti-fascism. They're not truly a violent organization. Yes, they go out and cause destruction and this and everything. I'm not a fan of that destruction. But to try and equate them with neo-Nazis and Klans members, that's not a two sides thing. So we have to get out of creating this false equivalence and saying that, oh, both sides need the opportunity to speak. For example, in this GOP convention that's going on, for the most part, you have people who are sitting up there lying repeatedly, saying untruths. Pence last night was trying to defend the guy who shot 3 people, killing one of them. How do you defend that? But that's what he did. It's not a both sides issue. So in terms of video games giving both sides the opportunity, no, we need to start doing critical thinking and allowing what would move our society down the road in a positive manner, the spotlight. And right now, I mean, yes, the Democrat Party is has a platform that is very positive, talking about everybody's welcome under this tent. While the Republican Party in their convention is saying, well, you know, black people are going to move in your neighborhood, and that's going to tear your neighborhood up. Again, both sides, we cannot say that false equivalence. We always have to focus on we have to critically think what helps our society that is struggling right now.
And we also have to think in terms of the actual companies making the games. So they want to put content in the games that they think that the people playing the games can relate to. So as a result, if there are individuals that they could only learn about by being politically engaged, for instance, they would have to take it upon themselves to really know much about Biden. It would almost it could almost make it more difficult for their own game to be relatable, almost from a statistical perspective, if they were to speak on people that aren't just in the public sphere. So as far as I can tell, I think the president will always have more presence in the games than, for instance, whenever an election comes around, who the primary competitor might be at the time. I think that it might even be overstepping, or some people might feel a bit uncomfortable about trying to begin, I guess you could say, narrating elections in video games. Not to mention that by the time it would take to create a video game, I'm sure the election would have already changed so much.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. That is very true. It's just,
yeah, so I think it's fair to say that that Trump is being disproportionately represented. It could just be that it's based on the requirements in order for the games to be understandable to the players. So it could still be good for either way, I think.
So Julian, what I wanted to say is that basically, suppose if a Democratic Party knows that there's an election coming in 2020 November, why can't they also focus on a community which is bigger than the gaming community, or which is bigger than any other community, and start working on those games, which gives an influence to people that Democratic Party can also have a lot of candidates, and they can see. My idea is to use games to improvise and influence a lot of people, and make sure that they can message to them what we can do as a party and how we can change the America. Because Right now, it's all about speech, and then you know that all medias are paid media. You can pay, you can do your PR at any point of time. And the problem is screen time. In India, Trump is getting like 99% of screen time as compared to Biden and Harris. So that means everyone is influenced by Trump. No one knows, in fact, who is standing against Trump, because no one talks about that. Either it's Trump or you are not with Trump. That's about it. So either Trump will win or Trump will lose. It's not about Biden will win. So my idea is to that, because gaming industry is one of the biggest in the world right now, why can't we use it in a much more proper and appropriate manner? Because right now we already on the election time, but if we start like a year ago, we can definitely create some kind of influence within the industry, and that could be also a way to take a lot of feedback from the public and from the gamers, what they want and what they want. Because I still remember when Trump won the election in 2016, there was a case study released in India which says that they have done an AI policing, and they have done a lot of back-end research and reverse things that what American wants to listen, and Trump was delivering the speech according to those requirements, and that's why people like Trump at that point of time. And now after 4 years, things have been changed. People want to change, and no one wants to. No one wants to vote for red. Everyone's looking for blue. But when I spoke to a lot of people in America, they told me that small businesses might be having a tough time, but businesses with the medium scale and businesses which are pro-American, they are okay with that. They are happy with what's happening because they think that business has flourished since Trump happened. It might be an economy change, or it might be, I don't know, it might be a curve change, but that's what the perception is. And the perception is between Indian and non-Indian as well. So I don't know, what's happening, but that is what I figured out, and after talking to a lot of people. So yes, Ridovi.
So I completely agree about adding some more stuff into video games, and hence the reason you have, again, the Democrat Party has done a great job of utilizing Fortnite. They have put people on Fortnite. They have done great discussions and everything. I figured out a way to potentially share the screen on it, so I can. I'm waiting just for it to load up on the computer right now. But yeah, they've used Fortnite as a discussion platform where it's just you come, you sit, you listen, and you talk. So there are other ways to get in there. I just don't think that just throwing a character in there does anything. It doesn't push the conversation forward. It doesn't. In these games, if you see a clown character or a character that you really find disturbing that's depicted that way, and then you find out, oh well, this is Trump. Well, that doesn't make me want to vote for him, and I don't think it grabs kids to vote for him. They know his name, but they think he's evil. So
I just have to make one more point. Jim, you mentioned that a lot of people have not watched RNC after day one. And I think the numbers are in millions. But do we have a number that how many people are following NBA playoffs and conferences and all those stuff? Because those are consistent followers. Either it's NBA or it's gamers or it's anything else just compared to politics. So that means these people are cult followers of what they do, but they are not cult followers of politics. So if we do some kind of influencing on different domains and make people understand that how we can empower them, I think that we can definitely change it out. And I still don't understand, because in India, when we talk about elections, election means 100% election 24/7. That's what happens in India. Everywhere you go, it's all about elections, discussion in different forms. Maybe celebrities will be part of it, sportsmen, medical stuff. Everyone will talk about elections. So that's we are in the process of choosing someone. But in US, I don't see that everyone is talking about elections. They are concerned about their political differences and all that stuff. But it's just about the media thing, and then on the road, I don't know if people are that much amount of serious about their voting rights.
Yeah, good point. You got some interesting things you're just saying about that, because I do know that here in the U.S., sometimes we get into the election season, and the election season is when we start paying attention, as opposed to it being all the time, even though the election season starts about 2 years into the term, or even 3 years into the term. So it really becomes like a long season, but there is a break there. But that being said, I also think I noticed Jacoby might have both cameras involved. So we might actually get to a live stream moment. Is that what I'm seeing going on?
Well, having to work out another issue, so I just found out.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm gonna try and pull up the link again, see if this will do it.
Welcome to live TV, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In response to what you're saying, the impression that I get whenever it comes to most Americans and how they feel about the election is similar to how I imagine they feel about a common sporting event. I get the impression that it's almost like just a competition or a sport in certain senses. And maybe that's part of the reason why we have these just like strange representatives that aren't really truly relatable from either side. It could just be a kind of game as perceived by the people.
So,
well, Julian,
if I'm hearing you
don't
correctly,
watch, Julian, I don't watch hockey during the regular season very often at all. Maybe I'll go to a game, if somebody has a free ticket for me. But I always watch the hockey playoffs because that's where it's exciting. So it's sort of like I don't pay. Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's actually where I was going as well. So thank you, Jim. You were actually making the same point. I was getting ready to go and say that oftentimes there are folks that don't follow the games until you get to the playoffs. Like I will follow NBA, I'll follow NFL. I have my favorite teams, but I really am committed to them when it becomes more of a skin in the game kind of part, which is definitely when we get to the finals and you got a favorite team that you want to win or somebody that you're rooting for. So I definitely would agree with that. Now, you do have, and this can come back to a gaming but not video game conversation, folks that have the skin in the game the rest of the season because they do fantasy football, because I'm a fantasy football person. So then in that sense, my skin is in the game all year long. So I wanted the players to do well so that my team does well on the fantasy football.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no question about that. But I did want to get back to Jatovi's point about the false dichotomy, because the media really had to go through this. They had a learning experience in television and in print, where they thought to be fair and balanced, they had to equally give space or airtime to both sides of these issues. And the learning curve went to, wait a minute, what we really got to do is correct misstatements of fact. And so to be balanced in our news coverage, we have to report the accuracies and we have to report the inaccuracies. And so they have grown in my lifetime, actually over the last 10 years. They have grown from giving equal amounts of airtime to trying to distinguish what's true and what's false. So this is an important thing. So I don't see the point of giving equal airtime as saying being an equal statement to saying fair and balanced.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I can definitely see that and everything. Just hope he's working on that and everything. But I did have a character that I think could work. It's a cartoon character. It's not necessarily a gaming character, but I'm sure that this character appears in games as well. So I'm going to toss it to Julian while they're working on getting the live stream going. But I'm thinking that personally, for Biden, he could be the character Foghorn Leghorn. So that's just my character for Biden, because he definitely, if you remember that cartoon character, he was intelligent, he was smart, he definitely had some wisdom, but he was also a little bit, had some views that were kind of cool as well. So that's who I would put in the cartoon world for Biden. So what do you think, Julie? Do you think that Biden would be a good Foghorn Leghorn?
I don't know.
Foghorn Leghorn. To be honest, I mean, again, that was a bit before my time whenever the show was extremely prevalent. I can only remember a few episodes, but I get the impression that he was a bit more charismatic than Biden might be. But,
yes.
That's just based on the little amount.
He was a clown. He was a clown. So I think Trump might be a better suited for that.
Okay. Yeah, but I was actually going, Jim, I was going for the balance of like the charismatic, smart part of Foghorn Leghorn, because he was kind of charismatic and smart. So that's the aspect of him that I was going for.
Okay,
gotcha. Yeah, but they always made fun of him. Every show, he was always the butt of a joke.
Yeah.
What about Elmer Fudd?
He was I thought of Fudd as well.
Yeah. Wascally Wabbit.
Yeah, the Rascally Rabbit. So while Ankit and Jatovi are trying to get us to live stream, we're trying to think of a cartoon character or a gaming character that could go for Biden, since we don't have one for him right now because Trump is dominating the images.
Well, he could be Felix the Cat.
Ah, Felix the Cat. I could see that.
He could be Felix the Cat, not Mighty Mouse, but Felix the Cat, and then he could open up his little bag, and Kamala could come out of the bag.
I like that.
Kamala will come out of the bag.
I was thinking Rocky and Bullwinkle. He might be a better Rocky.
I can team a game which is right now live. I think in the meantime, Jatovi and me can pick it up. So Jitobi,
Okay.
you need to comment on the game which I'm playing because I'm not aware about the game. Right here.
Oh, there we go.
What-
That's Valorant.
I recognize that guy.
So, Jitobi, what is this game that we're watching?
That game is by Riot Games. It just came out just recently. It was one of the top games that was watched. It's a free game. It's called Valorant. It is the response. It's a mix between Counter-Strike Go, which is one of the classic esports video games, been around for a little while, and kind of an Overwatch-esque. But yeah, Riot Games made this. It's actually fun. It's a team-based game. As you see, you got four per team on this one. You can have up to 5 per team. Once you die, but it's teamwork and very strategic about the way it's played.
I think
it's pretty small. It's
little
very
violent for
action.
And where is it set at? Is it set in the future? Is it set in the current time? Where is the setting at?
It's set in the future, per se.
Okay. So, and it looks like
I'm
we
on
got your. Yep, we got
I'm
your
on the
PC up, so that's a
spectrum.
good
That's
thing.
already making me nervous. So
Say, what's already making you nervous?
I'm on the spectrum, and that's too stimulating for me.
That's the way of the world. It is. I mean, that's the gaming industry now.
Yeah.
So, for example, with Fortnite, they just did an update. That's what
That looked like Iron Man. That's
yeah.
Ankit. Ankit's in the game.
Yep, this is how popular Fortnite is. Fortnite gets, I mean, you have tons of companies that drop in characters. Marvel, the new season of Fortnite just dropped late last night, going into today. And they've added all of these Marvel characters. You've got your map challenges, you've got your comic books. But
yeah, very cool.
I agree with Jim. I think that's Ankit standing up there, kind of like moving his head and kind of like muscular and everything like that. So I think that's Ankit right there in the lead role and everything. The wizard kind of guy in the back, I'm thinking that's actually Nick, and sitting down is Kim Calhoun. So I think that we got the IBM TV family in the game.
I don't want to meet the lady with the Warhammer.
So that means you are proposing us that this is the future IBM TV studio.
Oh, that'll be great. We'll be playing video games on that desk. That'll be awesome.
Yeah,
exactly.
It'd be worse than Civ 6 for me.
Ooh, I can bring up Civ 6. I got it on here.
No, please. Mercy.
So the big thing about Fortnite, and people really, I guess, we miss the boat if you're not in the video game world and understanding that there is so much behind Fortnite itself. It's like chess. It's like any other strategic game that's out there. There's a building component that the game itself, again, originally started where it was a bland story. It did not have really any interest from anybody because it was just a boring, bland story. And so what they did when they dropped in this whole battle royale setup, it took off and exploded and people loved it. The battle royale setup, of course, is last man standing. There's a building component to the whole last man standing. The building component is where the huge strategy comes into play. They've built off of that, and Fortnite or Epic has done a good job at trying to keep people interested. They're leaning back towards more of the casual player now by adding in different scenes. Each season, they'll add in different aspects of the game. Last season, they had this whole water area where you were able to swim a lot more, and you had to figure out ways to work on the island to build around not only the island, but also watch out now for sharks and these guys called marauders and henchmen that would chase you in different areas. So instead of getting trapped out there and it's only 100 actual people, they added in extra characters where it made it more like a traditional video game where you had different challenges to go in. And that made it pretty fun for a lot of different people. But they've also added in, throughout the years, this whole creative section, where if you go in the whole creative section, the whole point of it is so you can practice building. Also, they've got setups where people have built different setups that you can just go and play. You can go ride the waves if you wanted to. You can, they're just a whole plethora of things. And that's what keeps people coming back, is because there's so much building. There's so much.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So my younger brother got me into Fortnite, and at first I was kind of on the fence about it, but I thought, hey, why not? It's cross-platform. I'll be able to talk to my little brother whenever I come back to Canada. But what really got me about the game, like you're describing, was the creativity that they put into putting certain mechanics together. For instance, at one point in time, so they'll cycle through different in-game weapons and objects and tools and things. So at one point you were able to use balloons, and with balloons, you could jump higher and things like that. And then at that same time, they also had an ATV with a rocket on the back. And I realized, like, someone get on the back of this thing and equip all their balloons, and then I can ride around on the ATV as the driver and use the rocket. And so then we had this little makeshift, rocket to fly across the entire map. And it was so fun. And it's just these sorts of little things that are only possible because of that, philosophy of just put these mechanics in there and let people do whatever they want and they will return.
It's that whole freedom, and that's, in all honesty, that's what we yearn for in life. So video game, that's the same thing that we're going to want, is that freedom, the ability to do whatever. As you see,
and Toby, I just had a quick question for you, and I don't know how to phrase this because I don't want to be like quote unquote politically incorrect and everything, but I've run across quite a few. Like I said, I'm seeing this game, and I know that there's a number of these action-oriented games, but a number of these friends of mine that are lady friends, they seem to be very much into these building city kind of games. So is there like some demographic changes that sometimes a certain demographic might be into more type of a game than another? Because like I said, maybe it's just the ones that I'm running into, but definitely a number of ladies that I've run across have been in like these games where they're basically building cities, and they're going in there and they're creating their own city that they want for that day.
In The Sims, yeah, my girlfriend loves The Sims.
So yes, there's tons and tons and tons of I guess there are data points that I was trying to pull up this one thing. There we go. There are tons of data points that you can have. For example, there's the old data point where it talked about more women play the casual games online, like your Candy Crush and everything else. There are data points, and that was an older data point. There's one now that speaks on. It actually speaks. Ooh, I didn't have my audio on one side. Just noticed that. But yeah, there are other data points that talk about the demographics we discussed before. How more minorities play consoles than minorities, Hispanic individuals. Well, they're minorities as well, but low-income families are going to play console games than your higher, more affluent individuals are going to play PC games. Reason being because PCs are a lot more expensive to maintain. That also bleeds into the fact of the socioeconomic problem that still bleeds into, from our society to video gaming. Because if you look at the esports world, the esports climate, you have more affluent white individuals playing in the esports tournaments coming out of the U.S. than minorities playing in these esports tournaments. Why? Because of the socioeconomics behind it. So yeah, you have tons of data points. And if you go to women, the tough part about women in video gaming, we all know about the keyboard warrior online. We all know how that's
the resiliency I was talking about earlier. You don't have there's no other opportunity to expose yourself to these sorts of people.
Yeah, so that keyboard warrior is magnified tenfold. We all know about the construction worker that whistles at a lady, that stereotype that's there, which is true. It happens. But then if you boil it back, because of the anonymity online, it is magnified, making that person that keyboard warrior plus this person who's whistling at women online. So a lot of women do not play with a lot of guys due to this fact. And it's very understandable. It's one of the barriers that I'm trying to knock down, because it is very, for example, if you're on a basketball court and you get beat by a girl, you think, oh man, you're beat by a girl and all the guys are going to pick at you. Again, it goes back to online. If you're beat by a girl in Fortnite, oh, you're going to hear about it and you're going to have to say all these words. That's that toxic environment that surrounds
That's true in chess too, Jacoby. That's true in chess.
So it's just a battle of trying to get through that toxic environment, not only in Fortnite, but to, as you say, chess, but every video game out there. It's just our patriarchal society is that way. So trying to knock down that barrier is tough. But yes, women in video games, or women in video games, have it tough because of that.
Yeah, video games don't do women justice in terms of how they will clad them. It's one thing I know a lot of people have had that discussion before.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because I had seen that a number of times. But now I'm ready to play a video game. So do we have a game that we can play today, Jacoby? Because like I said, you got me all excited. I have not been into the video game world for a while. So what game are we going to play today as we have several minutes of the show?
So we'll do a fun one, and one that even Jeff may approve of. So the goal
that's a high bar.
Yeah, I know. So I've got a ton that are really interesting, a ton that are puzzles, but we're going to do one that is actually really cute. It's the one that I suggested to Julian last week that I think he would love. This one is, let me see if I can find it. Wilmot's Warehouse. I don't know if you've ever heard of Wilmot's Warehouse, but what Epic does, or what Epic has been doing, is they have been releasing a free video game it's almost loaded up. There it is. Share. So they have been releasing a free video game or two every Thursday. And they have some that are really cool, some that are really interesting. This one I found was really neat because it's a true puzzle game. Actually, Jim, you might like it as well. All it is you are organizing a warehouse. That's it. That's the whole point of the game. I played it once for about 9 minutes and fell in love with it. Because, here, I'll go back so we can do start a new game. Single player, so you can co-op.
Such a great design.
I mean, it's very simplistic. It is straightforward. Let's see if I can turn up the volume.
I like it. It almost seems like it's tongue-in-cheek, trying to reference some more serious parts of the adult world, like some dossiers here.
It is. And it is just all about organization. So you have to do the training. You just move Wilmot all the way over there. Now you got to push a banana. Because remember, you're just stocking shelves. But then it gets to a point where you're having to rush through. Ooh, I was supposed to pick it up.
Looks like Pong. Looks like Pong.
So it isn't. So I can pick up these. Oh, I gotta grab all of these. Oh, and
you missed one. There you go.
Whoa, good job. He's groaning.
Yep.
Wow.
That's so great. This is
That's
what
hard.
the world
Get
game.
those horseshoes across. There we go.
Keep going. A little more.
A little bit more. Oh,
You can't fit all of them in there.
One of them. There we go.
all right.
There
I
you
got
go.
those. Man, I got to go back and get the other one. Good grief.
So then all you do is just move around, pick it up, drop it off. Whoop.
Got it.
Let go.
There we go.
So now then it tells you, okay, now you got to organize. So now I've got to figure out, okay, winter. Let's put all my winter stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm hooked. You guys will see me in about 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great game.
No,
Well, Jim, we know your books. It's got a hat section. So it's got the hat section that will hook you already automatically.
And then you go back, you got to grab the hats.
Yeah, Fez's count.
But the really cool part is the fact that again, after you get past the training part, they tell you everything. Okay, welcome to the warehouse. Now you got to organize everything, and then you have only a particular amount of time to organize stuff, and you just got to rush. And that's where the whole.
I remember playing a game with at an airport where you have to park the airplanes and then make sure that the airplanes parked in the right manner, and that was an amazing show, amazing game. I don't remember the name, but where you are an airport traffic controller, and you have to park a lot of planes, and they have a time slot like they will fly like at 10 o'clock, 10:15, 10:20, and all those stuff, and then you have to make sure that you land them properly and park it on a right plan. And different airports have different demographics and different. I think maybe I'm talking about size and all that. We have different variations, I think.
I know what you're talking because there are a couple of different flight simulators and also air traffic control simulators. There was one. What was the name of it? It was actually kind of interesting. See, now I got to go to this. Now I've got my coworker.
Then you got to work with the coworker. It's not just you, so you got to work with somebody else, a coworker now. Okay, it's almost like job training.
That's what it is. But it's addictive. It is so addictive.
Yeah,
I can see where this would be addictive. So I'm with Julian on that. It could get, and Jim, it could get very addictive. But I'm seeing parts which are like levels. And like I told you earlier, I play Words with Friends when I get motivated. Sometimes I don't get motivated, so I take whole days or whole weeks off. But when I'm motivated, I know that they got those levels, and it's great getting to the level. But then it is just like a level that keeps going. Like, is there an end game to the warehouse, or does the game keep growing and you might be going to 1,000 level at some point?
I think you go into 1,000. Because as you see, there's a delivery phase in the top left corner. Now I've got 2 minutes.
But I think this game looks like a Tetris to me. I mean, it's like an upgraded version of Tetris.
Yeah. So as long as you can stay efficient, you'll be able to. So I guess you want to just last as long as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then at some point, you'll see this area will open up where the other guys were. But yeah, you just got to organize everything. That's all it is. Leaving that out in the middle of the floor will get me all in trouble.
Okay.
But yeah, this is Wilmot's Warehouse.
Yeah, it's an adorable game.
It's a very adorable game, but what is the? I guess the question that some gamers will ask is, what's the failure point? So, is there a failure point in the game? Is there a way that, because it looks very basic, but is there a failure point that you're actually losing the game?
If I don't organize these shelves in a minute and 45 seconds, and then you're losing, because what ends up happening is, as you see, that shelf is unorganized. But then this door will open. I have to come over here to the important notice. And then I have to come over here and clock in and clock out. So, yes,
I like it so much. You know what this reminds me of, Jatovi? Did you ever play the game Job Simulator on PlayStation VR?
Yes.
That game is hilarious. So for those who don't know, it's a game that basically you wear the headset and then you engage in what could be considered as real jobs. And they're highly interactive. So there's one setting where you're in an office and you're arranging, paperwork and things like this. And then there's another level where you're working at a gas station and people will just come in and you'll sell them stuff. Then there's a lot of silliness and shenanigans that go into the game. But basically, just the process of having all of these real world processes put into the game itself makes the game so fun. So yeah, it's really simple. You're just doing work, but people will pay money to play it.
So, Julian, question for you about gaming. Do you ever enjoy games that actually, how can I put it, challenge you to underserved to some degree? Because you are an intelligent person. You're a very intelligent person. And I was wondering if sometimes the appeal of games is the fact that you get to tone it down sometimes. Because I think that sometimes we as people like to tone it down. So do you ever enjoy games that are causing you to tone it down. Like you just mentioned a game where I assume one of them is your gas clerk, and nothing against gas clerks, but the average gas clerk is not going to be in like the kind of Mensa society, the average one. So I'm just wondering, are there times that you enjoy the games because they get you to tone it down?
Yeah, it is that. So again, we were saying earlier on the previous podcast about how people are more designed to find comfort than they are just to be right about everything. And so seeing this kind of joking sense where we're able to come to terms with the things that we have to do just to survive in society, it brings us a lot of pleasure, especially when it seems like something that we can think of as fun and as silly, but also as, something that'll help us get by. Personally, I really do like these games where I can just almost forget about everything outside of the game and just zero into that. Again, I always go on about Tetris. That's what it's all about for me. Is what I love to do is I love to play audiobooks and play Tetris at the same time, because I find that by letting my active, chatty mind focus on the game of Tetris, I can pay better attention sometimes to the audiobooks instead of always having to, like zip around and things like this. So yeah, I definitely do that. And another thing, there are games like No Man's Sky, which is like this big space game and you can explore all these worlds. I oftentimes like just walking around in these games and just, doing sightseeing in the games. So it all depends. You can even do the toning down in a game that's not calm if you go to the right spot of the map.
Yeah, that's what's wondering, because that's what I was thinking you were doing on some of those games, because I've seen folks that seem to have that nature. I know that sometimes I'll even go, like I mentioned, Words with Friends in other games just because I don't want to concentrate on the IBM TV world or some of my other podcasting worlds or some of the things that I'm passionate about, whether that's activism, entertainment, or whatever. And I just want to get off to something that might still exercise the brain, because I do still have to figure out what those words are and everything, but it's not the same part of the brain. So
yeah. It's also spatial. It's not just verbal. You have to think in terms of, if I move here, what's the chance that they'll get, like a ×3 word? And you'll think, maybe I should just take the small word. That way they don't get that ×3 or something.
Yep. That's very true. It is very much a spatial game. It's very much that strategy kind of stuff, because sometimes you want to get those words that are going to give you those extra points. And it might be, like you said, a smaller word. It might not be the biggest word, but it's where it's placed on the board as to whether you're going to get it or not. Jatovy, coming back to you and everything, one of the things I've been fascinated by is I mentioned the online dinner party, and I said that I was going to come with some games. I came up with the mystery guest, and I did that yesterday, and it will be a regular feature of the online dinner party. But I'm also looking at some charade games, and I looked and there were some platforms for charades that I found on Twitch and other things. So I'm going to try to invite some of those folks or some of our regular game folks to be involved and play charades. It's a very basic game, but I have noticed that even in the video game world, there are some of these platforms that are like about the old games, like charades, that you can literally do them online. So I just wondered if you could talk about that.
Yeah, so the gaming world is wide open, and it's not if you're playing a board game, you're playing a board game, be it chess, Monopoly, checkers, Go, whatever you want to play. You're playing a board game. You need a board. You need pieces to play it. The video game world, you're wide open to whatever you want to do.
Can simulate anything.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a game.
Yeah.
For example, this one, how you're talking about playing charades, and you were talking about one game. I think you said the Who Done It or whatever.
Yeah, basically mystery guess who done it. It's the same thing.
Right. So there's this game here, which is called Tacoma. That's all it is there is an explosion on a space station and you're trying to figure out what happened. There's no true action. You're just going back through different visual simulations of what went on. And once you see that visual simulation, then you have to try and figure out, okay, why is this spaceship uninhabited? Where is everybody? And it's a whodunit mystery. It's Clue, the board game, live, just in a digital variation set up in space. There's a game that the kids are playing right now, actually. A lot of kids are playing. It's called Among Us. It's an alien. You take 5 people. One of them is the killer on the spaceship, and you're a bunch of aliens, and you're trying to figure out which person, listening to the clues and seeing what's around, who done it, who's the killer, who's the bad person. It's a very innocent game. Kids from the ages like 10 on up. It's on not only the PC, but it's also on Mac, and even on your phone you can download it. It's a very fun game, extremely popular, huge out there. There's a game called Deceit, extremely violent, but it's another whodunit game where you have one person trying to figure out what everybody else is doing, who's the actual vampire of the group, because that vampire is hidden. So yeah, there's tons of whodunit mysteries and everything else that's out there, because the gaming industry is wide open, and people.
It's very wide open, because one of the things I did, like I said, I just created this mystery game. It's actually a historical figure. They're actually just a figure. They don't have to be historical. But when I created it for the online dinner party, one of the things that I talked about and I joked about with Julian was I had to put it in the context of the time, because the show is 4 to 7, whatever that is, translated to India or whatever. So whoever wins the contest has to win it during the time that I'm doing the contest. Otherwise, you could go back on YouTube and watch it and see who wins. So my question to you, Jacoby, is even in the gaming world, are there these kind of games that have that time constraint that you have to do it within the time that people are watching? Because I do notice, like, whether it's Twitch or whether it's YouTube or whatever the platform is, that they are doing it in the context of a platform. So you could conceivably go back and see what the prize is unless you establish those rules, which is what I have done on the mystery party. But I was just wondering, how do the game industry deal with that in terms of the time limits?
So you have a game called, you have, of course, your sports games where if they're competing against each other and going back and forth, you have a hard timeline that you have to go by. But you have also one of the greatest games that came out dealt with time in a way where if you miss the time, you miss the clue. It was called Shenmue. It was a beautifully an amazing story to sit there and be a part of, because you were that character. And it was, or is it, Shenmue or Shenmue. They came out with 3 of them. But if you had a watch that you had to look at. They gave you time clues that, okay, well, at 8 o'clock, you better be here because that's where that individual will be. If you miss that time cue, you miss that person and it's gone. So it kept you kind of on a time schedule, and it was fun to actually play because you tried to figure out, do I go eat or do I go try and figure out this clue? If I don't eat, I will slowly lose health. But if I miss this clue, I may not be able to find out what happened. So it was that's how games really kind of keep you engaged by doing that. Going back to Fortnite, they do that because they have, cash cups or different things that will happen in game that you might miss. They have a traveler that happens within the game, and it only happens at a particular area. You may find the traveler in your map, and then he may shoot off. And you either see him up close or you see up in the sky where the explosion as he leaves the map. So you have different things that happen in games which keep you very engaged, which is kind of cool. But like I said, Shenmue was cool because that was one of the best adaptations of that, because it was so.
You know what that reminds me of? You know what that makes me think of are these new games, and I suppose it kind of relies on the mobile platform to make it possible. But there are many games nowadays where the only way that you can stay up and up is just to keep coming back and doing these upkeep processes, which I think is almost the next step following from what you're describing now.
So speaking of something like that, I'll see if I can get out of this. Your mobile games do that a lot with your Clash of Clans. You had to wait for hours on end to build an arrow or build a catapult because you knew these characters were coming to attack you, but you had to, set up that whole hour wait time and wait for that time to come by, and then you could, utilize that catapult. Same thing with Civilization, you have those time cues too. But one of the cool games, and this is another one, Jeff, you should be able to approve of this one. It is called Cell to Singularity. it's more of a simulation than it is an actual game per se. But the game aspect of it, it's a game. The whole point of the game is you're trying to evolve. You're trying to go through the stages of evolution, and it's very educational. I'm addicted to it because I go back every day to see how much entropy I've collected over time, because that's what you have to do. You have to let the game sit there and you have to collect stuff, and then you can sit there and tap on the computer and it will, rapidly collect it. But no, you let it sit there for a day and then you go back into it, and then you have a huge amount, like right here. Welcome back, Architect. You were offline for 11 hours and 7 minutes. During that time, 35% was boosted. You've earned 8.41 septillion entropy. Your mind is 29.17. I mean, let me share this.
How hard does it go? Does it go all the way up to like octillion and decillion?
No, past octillion. And
oh my gosh.
I just figured Toby was trying to become like you, Julian. I just figured you trying to have your kind of brain capability. So I just figured he was going to your level.
I mean,
man.
It is so addictive because you want to keep coming back. Oh, I just missed the comment.
Does the game teach you what septillion actually is? Do the players understand how it relates to like sextillion and
yes,
okay, that's great. That's awesome.
So, for example, let me hit that because I gotta collect. Because as you see now, I'm every click I get 69.54 quintillion. But you go through the whole stages. All the stages of evolution. You start way down here. You go from the home star, where it talks about stars are the power of the source of the universe, solar wave pours into, and so on and so forth. Then the creation of planet Earth. Talks about Earth a little bit. The creation of the moon. Then you go to the primordial soup. Then the branches off the primordial soup, which affected the primordial soup, was, of course, volcanoes, the ozone layer, nucleotides, RNA, DNA.
Where are the jellyfish? That's what I want to see.
Oh, the jellyfish are up here. So I got to go.
Gotcha.
There's jellyfish right there. That's connected to sponges.
Yeah, I saw the sponge. I was like, what? The sponge came before the jellyfish? I was thinking it had to have been close.
Yeah. And the crazy part is it had to create tissue. Where is it? You had to have the tissue and everything to create the sponge. Then after creating the tissues to get to the sponge, then you're able to create the jellyfish.
Yeah.
Then you're able to get to the flatworm, then bilateral symmetry, then you create the fish.
Awesome. It looks fascinating, but I think Jeff's got a comment, and I think he also got a jet shortly as well. So, Jeff, what's your comment on the game?
It's too much for my brain, gaming. I bit my teeth on Pong, and when I was a kid, and so and Ms. Pac-Man, and I felt my addiction being drawn in, and my ability to fix my go-kart, to go swimming, to exercise, to be outside, to breathe, to eat real food, to make that smoothie, to make the garden, to do culture is about gaming, is about like anything else on the planet. Everything is free and open to consideration. But I think that we have to reorganize our ethical aspects of exactly every other word you're talking about here is addiction. I'm addicted to this game. I'm addicted to that game. My garage is overflowed. I don't live with a partner right now because I'm stuck in the physical world, and gaming will take me away from progressing in my own dream. And so we're doing somebody else's dream when we're in a game. And I'm not the final word. I'm just the proponent or the advocate for the greener games, or the games like you just showed us a game. I don't know about the picking up a jellyfish and what that's going to do. When you float over a jellyfish, it doesn't tell us that there's 4 billion jellyfish in the ocean and they're getting more and we don't know how to stop them. And the coral reef I want solution games. I want games that are going to help to address the NBA, decision to stay in the bubble so they can talk to the humans. And they're going to use that as power now. They went to sleep last night and came up with a solution that if they left, they wouldn't have that voice. So in the gaming world, I would like a game or games, a whole trend of games that could be teachers now, because we're doing homeschooling and a lot of kids don't have the attention but for games. And if we do a homeschooling game, like a whole segment of homeschooling games, and I'm just thinking about it right now off the top of my head, that's how creative humans work. We get creative as we think, as we flow, and it is about flow and magic. So if we have a teacher that comes on as a game, and or a school, a gaming school, then the students can come in and learn civics, learn history, learn math, and so on and so forth. They might be boring as a getaway game, or a game to have a goal to build a city, or to get the treasure, or to kill more cops. The bottom line is that I think we should evolve my dream, and I can only speak for me my whole life, and what I think and how I want to approach my teachings, not preachings. And preaching is okay, but if I teach, I would love to have a whole segment of a new segment of the industry for this new homeschooling that we're starting to be involved with right now because of Corona. And I think it'd be brilliant. Bring a teacher in the homeschooling series, and there's art, there's Photoshop, there's Adobe, and so on and so forth. And of course there probably are some games, but I want it to be like so hip that the kids that are involved with their shoot 'em up games can come to these and to actually go to homeschool, and for us to have them accredited, to have an ethics committee for homeschooling games. I think it's brilliant.
Looks like Jacoby just brought up a game that has to do with schooling and things of that nature. And just really quickly, I know we've got to shortly wrap up and everything, but I just had a great idea. I know that part of Jeff's platform is getting the guys out of prison for nonviolent crimes and everything. Maybe we can get Jacoby to create a game about that, and then that would also bring issue to what Jeff is about. So it could be a marriage made in heaven.
If we did a cannabis game about reform, about prisoners and injustice of rights and all that stuff, we can do the Jim Crow, but we can put it in there ethically and clean and make it educational.
The thing is, all that stuff is out there. All these games that you're talking about, and from the education games like Adventure Academy and all these things are there. The thing is, we're trying to force down the throats of kids that want to play Fortnite, something that they're not going to play. When, for example, we went and talked about Assassin's Creed, about how that taught about, the ancient history. There's a game that just recently came out called Ghosts of Tsushima, which talks about the Mongolian Empire and how they took over. So there are ways to use the games that are attractive. But
the teaching games need to be more cool. The teaching games need to be more cool.
But we have to speak on the kids level.
I think what people plan is that basically when we give assignments to our students, maybe home assignments, or right now all the students are either studying from Zoom or maybe some other platform. If we can create a game, and then those games are based on assignments, and everyone will play that game, and based on the game they will finish the assignments. That will also give us a lot of fun, basically. And that's what Jeff said, because during the COVID, we have to change the game industry from what we were earlier to what we are now, because it's all about infrastructure. And right now we are looking for some game which gives you a lot of learning and engagement. And also, teachers should also know how to play those games, because they are the moderators. So I think we can do a lot of things, and I think it's something which we can work it out. But we should discuss gamification of education system on our next show Thursday at Gamers Den, and I think we can discuss more about it. We all will do some kind of research and homework, and then we'll come out with the point. But I think Jeff was making the same point. So last comment from Jeff, and then we should just take comments and then we'll wrap up. Yes, Jeff.
Thank you so much. I appreciate, the planet evolving and following the Golden Rule and Gandhi. And I grew up with Ice-T. He's a cop now on TV. He played in my nightclub in 1983, and he had a band called Cop Killer, and he was rock and roll, and he said, "Leave me alone, Jeffrey." And people would die at his concerts, and now he's a cop. So he's not, he's anti what he was. But the point is that we have to evolve. We have to relearn and teach the children that the gaming industry is cool and great, and get some cool teachers in there. Get Einstein to come out and teach a class with his freaking hair and bubble up the baking soda.
Yep.
Just to touch on that, the games that, like, if you use your Ice-T example, Ice-T is cool to us. Ice-T is not cool to the kid that's 15 years old right now. So we have to be able to preach on their level and not focus on ours. Right now, Fortnite is cool on their level. We have to be able to, just like Ankin was talking about, we have to be able to tie education to Fortnite. By doing that is how we move it forward.
Accountability would be great if there could be a question and answer after every session.
That is all tied to it. So again, we have to educate in their world and not force our world and viewpoint onto them. So if we if we jump in and say, okay, Fortnite, I will give you some V-Bucks so you can play Fortnite if you finish this Khan Academy skill lesson that is right in front of you. Or you take
amazing, Jacoby. That's actually an amazing idea.
So you could do those things and educate, okay, well, let's talk about spatial recognition, dealing with what exactly you're building, because that is part of the IQ test that you may be taking later. Those things are the way that we educate. By saying, hey, I want just this game and this game only, you're going to run people away.
Right. Of course, you don't throw anything down anybody's throats, but you evolve it so that we as the builders, we sneak our way into what you're saying by making it palatable and juicy.
So instead of Ice-T, maybe it would be one of the musicians that sometimes will come and do a concert in the Fortnite world or something to that effect. Just like a more up-to-date example.
Well, Ice-T could come on and say, Ice-T could come on and say, I used to be in a band called Cop Killer, and now I'm a cop, and and I've changed my ways. Or you just get somebody from today and you let them go.
You would grab, for an example like that, you would grab somebody who's captured the hearts and minds of kids that are our age and somebody that's their age. Ice-T is something like that, who we think would be cool. Oh, he had this Cop Killer band. That's not going to do anything. That's going to be blown out the wind. If you grab somebody like, take Eminem, who's traveled from generation to generation and is still considered one of the best, he could grab some of the other rappers of this day and still rhyme with them.
That'd be great. It would be great.
Something that would be with them.
And we only come up with these solutions as we talk, and we have this is a council. We're having a gaming council right now and talking about evolving.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about and everything. Yep. I mean, just to come back
Let's go get him. Let's go get Eminem.
Yeah,
I think
sign
the next week show on Thursday's Gamers Den, and I think it's time to wrap up. Next week we'll discuss about gamification education. I think Jitovi will bring a lot of games to that, and then we all do a lot of research, and then we'll come up with questions and how we can plan those games for our generations and kids to come post-COVID era. So let's go about that, and then it's time to wrap up. So I would thanks everyone for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Mad Friday with Doctors, followed by Financial Friday by Nick Palaveda, and followed by a couple of more shows. So it's time to wrap today's show. And